Right, okay. I'm still sick, but oh shit. So I need to just do that. There we go. I'm going to play a new game I found, which is very quaint. Just give me a moment. What? Will this work? Yes, it will. Very neat. Sessions, stop that, and there we go. I found this game called Skeleton, and I'm playing the demo. Return to the title and start the game from anew. Is this game on Twitch? It is very nice, very cool. I just saw this on TikTok like 10 or so minutes ago, so I'll be just stopped streaming. So I figured, right, I'm gonna play this. I need to put out alert. Streaming, final quick. Hopefully, I will not screw up my voice by, streaming, but we'll see. Alright. Yes, we will start a new town. So at least the VOD can enjoy this. That reminds me, I need to go back. After this stream, I need to upload a few VODs. The last few VODs I have. Latest few VODs I have. Look, the guy, he goes to fight a snake. Whoa, he wins. Epic. Oh, he didn't bring an antidote. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Oh, no antidote. Rip and dead. Spoiler alert. There were health potions. Oh well. But for some reason, this happens. No one should ever meet their end like that. And so he becomes a friendly revenant ghost. And when I say he, I mean we. We become that. Oh, that's not correct. Just a second. I think that just showed some friends on Steam. I don't want that. Oh my fuck. What is it showing? There we go. Much better. I've got land for Skeleton, but I need adventurers to do battle for me. If only I had a guild. And then it gives a sign here, but we are going to ignore it and look around instead, because there's another. I'll show you how I found the game. Look at this path here, very clean. The game is very pretty, I'd say. Like I generally don't. I'm not a huge fan of this type of art style, but I think this game, the game did it in a way that I like. Oh, neat. One of the other things. I'm trying to find out. What is it about? Basically, you run a shop for adventurers. What's up, by the way? Not much. I'm slightly less sick, I think. /go. So, there we go. I just saw a developer make a TikTok about how they had a player who complained about they couldn't find the sign to start the game, and so they were snarky and made this. It spawns on more hands until there's 75 of them. And when I saw the game, I just very quickly thought, huh, this looks quaint. I like mentioning. Great to hear. How's your dad doing? My dad is also doing better, I think. He's like mostly okay, from what I can understand. I called with them a bit earlier, and they're taking him out of isolation. So, yeah, it's like the developer felt snarky about it. They felt like being snarky about it, but I don't think it's too snarky. I just maybe to that specific person, but otherwise I think it's just very fun. It's a fun thing. I've seen other games do this. So I think it is a good way of setting this up. Anyways, this built the guild. Yeah, and we'll hire a rogue. Now that you have an adventurer, send them into battle. Start force battle. Alright, there we go. Yay, they won. Very cool. We'll tell them to fight again. Unlike me, the rogue won our first battle and found a potion. Where do we sell it? Well, we sell it here at the potion shop. And that's how we make money. And then a few adventurers come in. You have an adventurer shop and some customers keep battling, selling, and building to grow in Skeleton. Will do. My shop, it shows the game didn't release. It hasn't, but there's a free demo and that's the one I'm playing. We'll probably just play this until whenever the demo stops. Oh, interesting. We can also manually move things around. That's great. Summon a garbage slime. Interesting. We almost have enough money to build a town hall. Come on. Buy the potion. Very good. Oh, the potion vendor. Thanks for having me. I always want to work in a shop like this and I don't even need to stock my own goods. Glad to have you. Let's build a town hall. And let's also build a garbage slime. Why not? I'm a slime. I'll pay you for your tasty items. Alright, so I'll pay them to hang around. The more I'll pay, you wonder where the slime is getting money from. Let's not worry about that too much. Alright. We want to get the auto battling upgrade ASAP, so I don't have to continuously keep this. Oh, interesting. Oh, garbage slime packs as well. Right. Auto battling done. Right. Let's just turn on this auto battling. Oh, let's eat the slime for 4 gold. Neat. Okay, we now have a source of income. Once we have 30, I'm thinking we'll hire the mage so we kill enemies faster. Although it's a little bit slow. What else can we find in the meanwhile? There's a lot of skeletons and bones everywhere. I guess they weren't lucky enough or unlucky enough to get revived like we did. Where's our guy, by the way? Alright, that's our guy. Oh, I clicked X and that opens some stuff. Neat. Nice. Now we can hire another adventurer. We hired the mage. Adventurers. Alright. Battle party. Let's send both of them. Nice. It should be killing enemies even faster now, I hope. Alright. Well, this game is quaint. Look, while we are playing this game, let's see if we can learn something. Or put the hymnal on. It's also not. Oh shit. Shit. Things are disappearing. Interesting. We're being too successful now. Shit. Facts. Most likely the ability can only happen every so often. Okay, that seems useful. Okay, let's go to the battle map and unlock this canyon. Make him more hungry. Quickly eat any item for extra value. It's hungry faster. Ogre will no longer terrorize the place. Nice. Ooh. We now have ogre blood. Alright, let's send these guys on a new adventure. I guess just in the canyon. We'll unlock some new buildings. Ooh, farm. Alright, I'll tell you how your farm works. Grow potions that extract the near me to extract seeds and plants on the farm. When crops fully grown, click it to harvest it. The cheap slime will then cook it into wisdom sludge for you. Spend the wisdom sludge in the adventurers tab to level up your adventurers. Hi, I'm a slimer, but to cook, I'm really bad at it. If we know a cook it, using the result of wisdom sludge to grow more powerful. Interesting. Wait, did they fail this? I think they did. Yeah, okay, they did fail it. It's not ideal. Okay, you guys go back to the forest. Alright, and let's build a warehouse. Allows you to store items without them disappearing. Also causes items to spawn in the warehouse if there's space as opposed to on the ground. Let's do that. This slime is hungry as fuck, so we'll feed it. Okay, let's see. Okay, we've planted some crops. Quaint. Very quaint. Let us make a... Let's complete other skeletons quest in exchange for the services. They'll join your town as workers. Ooh. Yeah, let's do that. Barry the Bard promised to bring some potions to a party, but he was ambushed by goblins on his way, then died. He held him finding these potions, he'll join your workforce. Oh shit! So that means more people to carry shit around. That's useful. At least assume that's the case. Right. So the potion to the slime for a bunch of money. And we have carrots. Very cool. Okay, wait, so what exactly did I get out of this sludge? Oh, I get wisdom sludge. Ah. In demo, you're limited to 199 wisdom sludge. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, hey, Astarion, how are you doing? I shot your tank. No! What are you playing? I'm doing better. Not fully well yet, but that's okay. What about you? So I was building an armor shop. That'll be useful whenever we can afford it. Can we hire more adventurers? That's 90. First complete Barry the Skeleton has joined your workforce. Nice. Another one, if you help him complete. Tovin, a Dragon's Land part-time accountant, needs license for one of his jobs. You're not sure which. He perished due to some miscalculation. You help him complete his quest, he will join your workforce. 8 yellow potions, 5 boots. We don't have those, but that will be a useful thing eventually. Let's also level up our adventures. Let's go with push cook strike to be even faster. I like passives, so let's go with that. You're limited to 199 wisdom slash. I wonder if that's like in total, or my voice is completely gone and fever is going up and then down. Good grief. I hope you have some. Yeah, like have access to a decent doctor or like a hospital nearby. No! We lost some of it. We need more storage. Okay. We need to upgrade something. One of how we can expand the farm. Teach workers how to operate the extractor so that they can put potion into it themselves. Nice. So this is like maybe not an idle game, but like, hey Liana, how are you doing? Nice. Good luck with that. We do have a hospital on campus, but it's not really good. I got the blood work done here and sent the report back home from where I found. I joined this. I hope you fully recover soon. Be sure to rest a lot and like drink a lot of water. Important to stay hydrated when you're sick. You know, just in general, but especially when you're sick. Alright. Let us make adventures transport and stock items just like you do. Only do this when in town. It could be useful. But no, let us send them over here now. I think they should be able to do that. I think they'll be strong enough for that at least. It has a great chance to inspire mental swiftness. That's giant cousin. Yeah, he's in the use of all these abilities. He's dangerous on that, causing extra bolts to strike. Let's go with inspiration. They succeed. Oh, nice, they did. Very good. Now we'll earn a lot more money. Very cool. And we're still getting the other potions as well. That's good. Alright, let's have this guy's... What do we want? We can almost hire another adventurer. We can also get a more warehouse storage. I wonder if the green things are recommended upgrades. Some rocks from the farm would be good. So many upgrades. Oh, this guy's nearly dead. What the fuck? Oh. Just a moment, I'm being called. Alright, I'm back, sorry. Good news about my father. He is released from the hospital, so he's fine. From what I can understand. Wild shot. What's a wild shot? Oh, this guy. Nope, doesn't get a level up. Oh well. But rather doesn't get skill points. Oh well. Okay, we should be able to, like, fight the next place. Quaint little map. Make this guy get hungry faster. Okay, they're almost dead. Hopefully they will not be dead. Nice. They won. Very good. Now we can sell this shit to over here. Need the blue potions here. We're gonna upgrade this slime so it eats more of our stuff. The Galjan can critically eat any item for extra value. Oh! Alright, let's go for that. Oh, it critically ate it. It's funny. Dang, you way too cold. Yeah, it is good news. The issue is not my little brother's sick, but thankfully it doesn't seem like it's too bad. I'm still sick, but I do think I'm recovering. Finally, we'll see. Oh damn, nearly lost this fight. Let's upgrade this farm. I was able to secure paid leave for first 2 weeks of Ramadan. Alhamdulillah, that's awesome. Yes, Turkish G. Yeah, he'll be alright, inshallah. I'm glad it turned out that my father does not have the Nipah virus or something. That would have been very, very scary. Causing more customers to visit. Ooh, we should use that so we can actually sell these things. See perks. More customers, please. Let's complete towing the skeletons to join the workforce. Nice. What's the next one? Moses was delving into dungeons of treasure. In search of treasure when he triggered a trap. It actually didn't kill him, but the second trap did. Let him find his treasure and he'll join your workforce. Oh yeah. Let's level up the archer dude. Nice. So far so good, they're doing quite decently. Oh, never mind. These fights are still quite tricky for him. Did they lose the fight or win? Oh no, they did win it. Okay, that's good. We need to upgrade the weapon shop. Item sales are worth more. Nice. Boost speed of workers. Get customers faster. Let's go with item sales, yeah. Nice, so far so good. This is a very quaint game. It's also annoying because of my teeth. Like one of my teeth began hurting as well, like yesterday or something. So that's not helping a lot. Okay, make slime get hungry faster. I blew up my tank again, let's go. I really need to make some space and download War Thunder and or like, what's the name of that other game? Enlisted. Oof. I'm playing World of Tanks familiar. Oh right. World of Tanks. You're playing the worst game. Right, you want more customers or something else. So maybe better variety. Probably also want to upgrade this display so we can sell more items. The game is fine for a game that will be played only by incredibly racist people. I mean, that's not necessarily wrong. Well, I mean, a lot of military games are just played by very racist people, unfortunately, but that's also part of why I want to stream them and stuff, to try and help to make those communities slightly less racist and whatever. My dream is to own a snake with a hat, and I think if I had enough from the show I could hook that up too. Nice. Shame what happens to you back when you were an adventurer, you know what, with the dying and everything. Thanks. Bonjour, the weather is always perfect around here. Incredible. What do you call a skeleton with wiggly bones? A gelatin. A gelatin. Big laugh. I saw a customer with some weird piece of glass over his eyes. He gave me a whole lot of gold. Was he a wizard? A monocle. Okay, we have a lot of money. We use that to hire a witch doctor. When I have more adventures for you until you defeat the next elite enemy. Cool. You have no zombies, the next zombie summon will have more health, power, and fortitude. Future zombies bite the venom and give them a chance to poison the enemy. Ooh. After this battle, we'll send them off to the volcano. Oh, no mind, we can't send them to the volcano. Careful not to turn into a racist while trying to save them. Alright, I will be very careful to not do that. Oh nice, they harvest themselves? Oh, it looks like they can harvest themselves, that's good. This is a very quaint game. Oh, nice. It looks like they are prioritizing attacking the zombies. I think. Nice. It looks like they're also killing enemies much faster. Okay, we need to upgrade our towns, our workers, so that they move faster. One of our adventurers not fully upgraded. Oh yeah, there we go. Who is it? We need to make the slime more hungry. Shall we upgrade that, or shall we upgrade something else? Let us increase the amount of customers and make it so the customers are moving faster. Once over 100, we'll try and see if we can find the next boss area. Let's see if we can find the elite. This battle is not available in the demo. Please consider purchasing the full game to access this location and many more. No! Well, I suppose that makes sense. Let's play this game for a load more. You unlock the volcano, which marks the end of demo content. Please don't forget to wishlist Skeletor Seller. It should launch in March 2026. Thanks for playing. Alright, well, it was a fun little time. Hello, Combustible Lemon. How are you doing? We just pretty much just finished playing this demo. Maybe we'll fully upgrade everything before we move on to another game. Yeah, I'll have the game launch in the background while I find some other game for us to play. 6, 7, haha. I'm alright, a little bit sick still, but recovering, thankfully. Thank you, indeed I am. Right. Let us see if we can find another game. Maybe Graveyard Keeper. It's been a little while since we last played that. It is a similar type of cozy in a way. And it is good to watch stuff on the side. Is the himbo online yet? Nope. Oh, Arun is covering the Bengal. Oh right, the Bangladesh elections. Yeah, you know what? I do want to cover those. Let's see what Arun's talking. But yeah, Bangladesh just had their elections, and BNP won, which is like the big Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or something like that. Bangladesh National Party, one of the two, who are not good, but they were like expected, you know. Like there wasn't really good option. So at least like it's not as bad as Pakistan or something, I guess. The fascists want to cancel Hugo. No, I think they just want to co-opt it. Generally, they're just like, it's a Danish thing, and therefore non-Danish people can't do it properly or some shit. JK, I mean, it's like, what I'm saying is not even that far off. But they're generally just like obsessed with trying to define Danishness. And being like, oh, eating pig, that's a Danish quality. Like that's a Danish quality, and like Muslims don't eat pig, therefore they can't be Danish. Also, like they do the same about like liberal values. Whaling, that's a Danish thing. No, that's a Faroese thing. I mean, I think it's also a Danish thing, but more in that I'm pretty sure we like basically forced the people of Greenland to do it, or something of that sort. Okay, well these automatically be sold. Nice. Okay, very good. Just ooh. We upgrade our adventurers. Yes, we can. Fatal strikes. Let's go with precision. And we can upgrade another adventurer. Let's go with the witch doctor. Let's go with passive ability. I've been to Denmark before, technically. How so? So why are we not getting any money? Oh! In the demo you're limited to 199 gold. Oh, I see. That's why we can't get some of the upgrades. I see how it is. Oh well. I was literally just flying to Copenhagen and getting the train to Sweden from there. That's funny. I was gonna say you didn't miss much, but I do know that Copenhagen is a very popular tourist destination because it's very pretty. Okay. Hmm. The airport looks nice. Yeah, the airport is quite decent. It's not too complicated. It's easy to move through. The temperature is decent. Hmm. Did I install Dave the Diver? Because that could be a fun game to play. But it would be starting yet another game. That's probably not a great idea, but you know. I do have Dave the Diver installed. Alright. Right, chat. Do you guys want us to do some politics? Real quick? Look at what's going on in the world. Or just move directly to Dave the Diver. Which do you prefer? Dealer's choice. Alright. We'll see if some of the other chatters have an opinion. I'll give you guys a little bit to make a choice. Adding way too cold is good. They're probably getting killed in that tank in World of Tanks. People in tanks more being civilians according to Israel. That's true. When they said like, oh no, they kidnapped a civilian, the civilian being a fucking tank driver. Fucking bullshit. I hate the West. I'm not even sure if it's Israel who said it. It was like the fucking, I think, was it the British media? It was like CNN or some shit. Fucking disgusting. Fucking decrepit. Yeah, it's really fucking insane how they did that. The fucking world we live in. It needs to cut at that in front. Of course, the level 5 upgrade costs exactly 200 sludge. SMH. We're gonna do some deep dive, I've decided, and we'll learn some stuff on the side. Mainly because I am sick. I'm gonna use that as an excuse to not still not put too much effort into stuff. So I'll let this continue while I load up Dave the Diver. Does that sound good, everyone? The answer is yes, by the way. Paste. Thank you. Apparently they added a bunch of things to the game. With things, I mean achievements. Right, let me just turn off this. Quit game, and let's change this. more daving and more diving. I think they did. I think they did do that. Let's see, Dave the Diver. That should work. There we go. Excellent. This is such a good game. I played a lot of it, and I don't mind playing more of it. So, it's a loading thingy. I have made it to like day 27. Day 27, like chapter 6, which I think that's pretty fast fucking progress if I remember correctly, but whatever. When you start a new game, all your auto-save files will be overwritten. If you want to preserve your current data, please save manual while in the game settings. Back up. Oh yeah, this is fine. Yeah. I haven't played this game, but I heard a lot of good things about it. Yeah, it is really good. Okay. Let's say that manual 1 is the personal game, and then I'll have to hope that I don't screw it up. And we'll take manual 2 as our game. Right, isn't this a new game or blah, blah, blah. Yes. It's a really good game. I think Hassan even played it at some point, and he was like, "Whoa, this game is so good." He's right. It is such a good game. Ouch. Oh, look at him. He didn't even destroy it after it fucking killed his gonads. Dave is a very kind, big man. Dave the Diver. Drinking some brew. I just wanna kiss my fish, drive my truck, drink my beer. You guys seen that trend on TikTok? It's so fucking funny. Because of that, like, conservative Super Bowl halftime show. That fucking song is so funny. Do you want to skip this? We'll keep the thing running. It's quaint. Big up to all these people who worked on the game. They did great. What was this game made? A1. The show was so as it kind of was running during the game. That's funny. Conservative production. Like, oh, Dave, you got here quickly. Well, I was told to hurry here. I was on vacation, you know. So where's the sushi at? Haha, don't rush yourself. Have a look around. Look at this giant blue hole. I've never seen anything like it. It's not just size. Every time you enter the giant blue hole, the terrain and ecology change, which means this could be an incredible business opportunity. What kind of business? Well, we can discuss that later. Maybe you took a break from diving. How about warming up? I'll guide you from here. Go ahead and go in. I don't have a good feeling about this. Or like a sushi bar by the blue hole. Diving time. Fried egg jellyfish. Nice form, huh? Alright, how about try stretching out a bit? Try moving to the mark area. Well, sure, if you can move quickly, remember this speeds up extreme production. It looks like your skill set intact. Your move sounds nimble as freshwater snail. Whoa. Let's now practice using the weapon you'll need in contingencies. The dive knife. So use a survival knife on small fish. You can use that. Fuck. I remember those fish are good, the pink ones. Well done, smooth and quick. Finally, you haven't forgotten how to use it, have you? I used it on a long time, do aim first and then it looks like you'll need to practice. That's why they use the booms to catch 3 fish. Aim with right click and fire with left click. Okay. If I recall correctly, we should be able to. Oh, okay, we can only catch 1 fish at a time, it seems. Yay. I think that should get you back on track and not I might come back up to the boat. Oh, look at third carrot. Okay, now get the hang of it. Let's get down to business. Dave, you love sushi, right? Sure, that soft fish meat with oily rice. Oh man, that's just the best. Well, listen up. I have a friend who's a sushi chef who left the business for a while. He's a bit of a sharp tongue and slight temper, but he has one skill that can guarantee he's unmatched in the world. It is right here that I started a restaurant with a friend that sells one kind of sushi. Sushi is made from fish caught in the blue hole, where fish from all over the world can be found. Don't you think people would go nuts for it? Yum, I'm already craving it. I bet so. Why don't you join in on this awesome adventure as well? What do you say? I mean, I love eating, but I don't know a thing about cooking. Nothing to worry about. The restaurant's already. All I need to do is decide to get the ingredients. Doesn't sound too bad, right? I wonder what happens if we click decline. I don't really have any money on me. I don't think I can pay. That reminds me of that. You broke my underwater drone. The repair cost was about 500 gold, but I didn't charge for it. It broke after 5 seconds of use. It was already broken, wasn't it? What do you mean? It was totally fine. Well, okay, what should I do? We're supposed to open tonight, but I'm not sure if it's ready. Let's go chat at the restaurant. Alright, let's go to the restaurant. There we go, we had Bancho Sushi. Okay, Bancho, are we all ready to open? As you can see, he's ready just in time. Oh, it's already finished? Are you the fisherman cover was talking about? I'm more of a diver than a fisherman. Alright, anyway, nice to meet you in Bancho, so we like sushi. I sure do, tuna belly, eels, search. Oh boy, just think about it makes me wonder. Just as mediocre as expected. Sushi is a food that combines the soul of sea and land. It symbolizes Mother Nature herself. Most people, however, have only tasted more testable fish just like you. Our MCL life is the one that ends without ever tasting the beauty Mother Nature can offer. We're calling to bring the taste of Mother Nature to everyone. Nope. What was that? I think the fish should be the French true. Oh, off to a great start. An earthquake? The interior is really quite a mess. It looks like we have to delay the opening today. You know what? So spend all the money getting this restaurant ready. I'll have to recover the repair costs through doing business in this state, but in the end, the importance of a restaurant is the taste. First, we need ingredients. Do you bring anything? We'll have something just called. Only 3 fish? That won't be enough. Nearly enough to serve the guests. Please go and catch 7 more fish first. Oh, and the restaurant is going to be open only in the evening, which means that we'll be diving in the day. Won't that decrease sales? So I think it's right to invite customers without adequate preparation just to make a little more money. It's a chef's duty to prepare the best possible blah 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 food with meticulous precision, just as a raw sharp as raw and watch on. You'll need to get the most incredible ingredients during the day. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think I hit my mic. It seems Bancho is really passionate about his work. He is. He may not talk about business stuff, but this guy can talk about sushi all night. Has been Bancho so enthusiastic since the incident? It's nice to see him like this. Incident? Or maybe I shouldn't. Anyway, we need more food. Ingredients to catch 7 fish first. Okay. Time to dive. Make 100 gold. We have minus 100. Barrel jellyfish. Large cylindrical blah 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 blah. Okay, let's see what we can find. What? Oh, guess we can't catch that. Guess we can't catch that either. I don't think sea urchins can be picked up with these gloves. Damn it! Is there anything we can catch? Rubbish. Right, I want to catch one of these pink ones. Sea Goldie. I don't think we can catch these ones just yet. I think we can pick up the wood. Okay, maybe we can catch these. Ouch. I should be careful. Actually, I think I can just stab it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Barrel jellyfish. Hajime. Escape pod. This allows us to leave. Sea toy Hana! That is so good! That is actually such a fucking goated thing to have. That allows us to catch the fish like free, pretty much. No, not for free, but like it allows us to get the fish at much higher quality. Come on, silly ass fish. On, just one more fish. Hey, if you see, wait, let me just slow down. Nice. Oh, shit, we had a critical depth. Come on, I just want one more fish. I just want to drive my truck, kiss my fish. Hi, creator of Skullcell here. I just found your VOD. I'm about to start watching. I hope you like the game. Here's your character still lists the Skullcell. Oh, thank you. I didn't notice that. My bad. Yeah, I enjoyed the game. It was very fun. I actually found it through. I actually commented on your TikTok and pretty much immediately afterwards played it on stream. It was very fun. Would definitely consider buying it when it comes out. Alright, set game. Dave the Diver. Thank you for letting me know that my category was wrong, and my apologies. That's good to hear. Alright, going to check out the VOD now. Have a good one. Thank you. You as well. It was a very cute game. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's go. Okay, nice. We are overweight, and that's okay. So we had Dave the Diver. Nice. Okay. And we can use this one to escape. You see your weight on yourself, blah 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 blah. New content, escape pod. Use this to escape your boss. We must chase turns versus going for 6 quite some time. We have just... we are fucking optimizing this playthrough from the get-go. We are min-maxing the fuck out of this game. It looks like you caught quite a few. And this raid will make boatloads of money in no time. My, would you look at the time? We'll have to hurry and get things ready. Why don't you head to the sushi bar? Alright. Oh, this game is so nostalgic. Like, I feel nostalgic. It's been a while since I played this game. I do hope I didn't see anything stupid in the world. I don't think you did. By the way, you'll only be able to die once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Get the ingredients ready before the dinner hour start. I think of it's already been around 8 years. We know each other. Why is it dinging in the background? It's annoying. You suddenly want me to get your suitcase full of... Oh! Sorry. I thought I was in real trouble back then. I was working as a weapons dealer and there were important blueprints in the suitcase. Luckily I saved them before they could be ruined. I have no idea how I found Fort Hansel Lindemann without the blueprints. Hansel Lindemann? Oh, songs of myself, don't mind me. Alright, we're going to the sushi bar. At least I didn't rant about chicken today. I think you did rant. You did say something about chicken. Alright, time for the second part of the game. And there's more than just the second part. And after this part, we'll continue playing. But if you guys want, or if you guys don't mind, I'll also put on Himbo on the side. Because I wanna hear the reporting and stuff. Our preparations coming along. I think we're mostly set. That's good. It's so great. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you hear from Cobra? He was to help me run the sushi bar from today onwards. What? I don't understand. Cobra told me there would be somebody to help with ingredients and serving. He said all I need to do is cook. And who else is there for that but you? Wait, I know I worked at a restaurant before. Guess we'll be here soon. I'll give you a quick primer, so pay attention. I'm gonna cough again. What? Open the ingredients below. You can check your fish, crops, sauces, and all the materials you have. For now, that's all you need to know. Come back later for more information. We caught a good amount of fish. And I'll show you how to register actual items to the menu. New recipes need to be added to the menu before they can be sold to customers. The sushi recipe for the fish you required earlier, so try registering that menu. It probably wasn't that hard. Setting ingredients to order supply will make things a bit more convenient. And repeat only food on the menu can be sold. If you're out of ingredients, you have to replace items on the menu or reveal the ingredients. You can also enhance the flavor of your dish, so try it out when you have enough ingredients. Now use the ingredients you caught to fill out the menu as much as you can. Alright, so let us enhance this. And we get a cool... Look at this. It's a very, very neat cinematic. I think it's great. Shall we upgrade this again? How many fish do we have? Let's enhance this one as well. Alright, and then let's add these guys to the menu. Manage water supply. Hello, Attack Pinku, how are you doing? We're playing Dave the Diver. I'm probably gonna put on Himbo in a bit as well as a side entertainment. Won't sell 1 barrel jellyfish sushi. Yes, we will. I don't think you ranted about chicken, but I think you did say something about chicken. How long are you going to stand there talking? Give me a cup of green tea to quench my thirst. Have you perhaps bought green tea before? No, only soft drinks, I think. I'll tell you how. Go to Cobra. Or Esther will have the right color and height. Perfect. We're so good at this. We're so good at it. Customers drink green tea of a good or higher grade will pay more. I suspect the advantage of green tea is quite something. That tea really got my appetite going. It's something to eat perhaps to manage, so why don't you try some food while you're at it? Go to where I am and take this food. You can dash when serving food. Use shift to move quickly. Don't forget to watch your stamina. Hello? It's in the package, like what you say? What in the world? Let me check on that. Oh, and he left. Cobra didn't eat. He was always like, food can't be reused, so we have to throw it out. It seems like such a waste to throw it away. Banjo Sushi never reuses food. We do not put food made for guests on the table twice. Well, alright. Sad. No. I'm tired, but okay, just not working again as for yesterday, though. Nice. Congrats, I think. Question mark. Everything looks about ready. I haven't cooked for customers in a while. Kinda nervous. Don't forget to press E after filling the menu for business to begin. Customers will order dishes from the menu. Don't forget to register dishes to the menu before the sushi bar opens. Right, let me just cough again. Alright, and also increase this and dedicate mouse cursor. We're not gonna automate mouse tapping. You'll get to hear my keyboard. Rest assured. Let us open the sushi bar. Nice. I forgot how stressful this is. Oh fuck. Oh, still perfect. Nice. Okay, nice. Off to a good start. We might make our money back this evening already. Come on, Banjo, be faster. You won't be able to produce food if you run out of wasabi. Grind and refill the wasabi before it runs out. Okay, excellent. And there we go. Perfect. Nice. Nice. Closing time. Last few customers. I wonder where the customers are coming from. Nice. We made exactly enough money to make back the 100. Oh, Dave, you collect 100 gold. Great job. That should be enough to repair what's broken. And give me some time. These repairs need to be done right. I really hope the customers keep coming. Yay, we did it. First day, and we already made 100 money back. I don't know if I did that in my single playthrough when I played for the first time. Well, whatever. We did awesome, and that's all that matters. We earned 5 Artisan's Flames. Hell yeah. Your work's finally done for the day. My back and legs hurt. You're a bit clumsy, but not bad for a first day. Try a little harder next time. So it's coming from you, that's a compliment. Imagine not feel gratification from simple compliments. Yeah, alright. In any case, it's also the opening of Banjo Sushi. What? Oh. Uh-oh. Monka. This part that also reminded me of a lot of other parts of the game that I'm excited to show you guys. Ellie is calling. Are you the man who's been diving around here? Yeah, I think so. I was expecting a more professional looking guy. I can hear you know. In any case, can you do something for me? Sure, you tell me who you are first. I'm Ellie, I study biology at the local graduate school. Come here out to investigate other reports of anomalies in the area. Satisfied? Okay, so what do you want? I'd like to study the ecology of this blue hole. Give me some agar and red starfish first. I think it's a good idea to ask for just one of each. Give me 2 of each. Each one makes me want to refuse. I've got a reward, but if you don't want it, that's fine by me. Reward? Well, I wasn't refusing. I'm just saying you could ask more nicely. In any case, please hurry. Don't dally. Okay, that's better tone, I guess. New content, smartphone. You can use your phone to access various types of content. Check your current missions and more. Game settings can be accessed on the phone. There you go. Let's check these contacts and then we can what's the point of calling when you're so close? There's always a phone for you to talk to me in person. Oh, okay. It's let's see what happens when we call Banjo. Not picking up. And operator. Hello, I hope you're having a great day. Please note this call is being recorded for quality assurance. And you're helping with today. Game reward. You chose a claim reward. Please enter promotion code. I didn't even know that there are rewards to be claimed here, but let's try fish. Invalid code. Sad. Is there anything else you need? Today's fortune. Chosen to your fortune. Today it is. Happiness dwells in your mundane life, diligence is key, or so it says. That's a fortune. Anything else? My information. In one day since you came to the we'll still get lost, right? Is there anything else you need? Oh. What the? Oh, interesting. It shows the weather forecast. Okay. Alright, there's one more thing. Change phone charm. Oh, quaint. Very quaint. And it even has like a little animation. That's cute. Okay. Time for us to do some diving. I think we get 2 diving sessions. Before we do that, I'm gonna put up the himbo and we're gonna have some side entertainment. Well, with the main entertainment, or vice versa. Let's see. Give me just a moment. Alright. Let's put on the himbo. The himbo is talking about how liberals got so angry at him for being reasonable.
Yeah. So like I don't know. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna give a shit about like what somebody says about who they're gonna vote for right now.
The only thing Gavin Newsom has really done the past year is hire an intern that's mean to Trump online.
Exactly, and Gavin Newsom, not him. It's not him. Condemn it on his podcast and be like, yeah, I guess we went a little too hard. All he's doing is inviting Republicans and talking about how like, yeah, you're not as bad as I thought you were.
I think with the unpopularity of Republicans
this is good.
right
what do you
now,
guys
there is
think?
a real opportunity.
If you guys don't want the himbo on the side while we're playing, then it's all good. Just let me know.
Substantive political and economic change.
Since I do feel, since I do recognize the matches might be a little bit mismatching.
Who is only ever going to fiddle with the knobs and maintain the same neoliberal order that got us here in the first place.
All right.
And the worst part of all of
Let
that
us
is
do
that
some fucking diving.
Newsom. It's Gavin Newsom, California's resident slimeball, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, we really got some like shit contenders right now.
Yeah, well the top ones are
you like it?
Newsom and Harris.
Nice.
It's like it's Newsom,
Me too.
Harris.
That's why I usually do it.
Awesome. Just like,
Oh, perfect. Well, we find one of the starfish we needed. I really hope we find another one of those hammers, because they're so fucking good.
Hey, we got diarrhea. You know, we have so many options. We have an entire world to show you. It's just the absolute worst possible
look, it's the
out there. It'll be great. Douchebags
eggplant
galore.
thingies.
Sophisticated political analysis. I mean, it's just like
And a moray eel.
people
Cheap
with
Japanese
zero
sauce.
vision whatsoever.
Ow!
People that are still like
Bastard.
on a failed political project that is
That's not very
collapsing
nice.
in front of our eyes. That's literally yielding the second coming of fascism, and that is where we're at. That is where we're fucking at. And I don't know.
Mediterranean parrotfish.
I don't know where we go. I don't know what we do with this. Like, I really
Really
hope
not
that,
great
you know,
start.
we have some better politics and some better politicians
more stuff.
overcome the sea of establishment. That's a good thing, though. Establishment's never been weaker. Yes, it's true.
Ouch! I forgot about that.
Establishment's never been weaker, which is why I'm trying to take advantage of that weakness at this moment to like move the Democratic Party in a better trajectory, to forcibly rip the
We need to catch
one
some
of the
fish
two
before it's too
major
late.
parties in this country away from establishment corporate interests, establishment Democrats that back corporate interests, to a party that truly stands for working class individuals. And this is the moment of opportunity, and I believe we will seize on it,
Little
hopefully.
fish.
Inshallah.
Whatever small fish this is.
If people are talking about Shapiro, people are talking about Whitmer, and it's like that's the four horsemen of the apocalypse right there. Like, I don't want any of those people. I want a completely different slate.
Yeah.
There are rumors that Alyssa Solakin might run.
kill me
Brother,
now.
kill me. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to have to deal with that world. I want to lay the groundwork right now so that so I can be proud
What are
of
you
like
doing over
voting for
there?
somebody.
Huh? Opening up a new pack of gum? Opening up a new pack of gum going, this your gum? Yeah, no. Whose gum could that be? Whose gum could that be? I mean, yeah,
Ouch! Fuck!
I was planning on using it, but now that you cracked it open, maybe I'll have some sooner. Oh, thank you, Austin.
Okay.
No, I'm good. I'm good right now. I'm good right now, yeah.
Okay, at least there's a
That's so great.
recall thingy here.
Are you putting it in your pocket?
Good grief. That was a little bit finicky.
Are you fucking...
Come on, let us escape.
For free?
No!
Is that what it
What?
is?
No! We screwed up!
No, you can't just like, what the
Oh,
fuck?
no.
I can't believe it. Like, he opened up a
Okay,
new
that was
pack of gum,
very
which
bad.
is, you know, a faux pas to begin with.
Let's
But
take
then
this
he
one because that's
literally
heavy as
was gonna
shit.
Take it with him.
We don't have craft services for,
Okay.
for the podcast.
Maybe the min-maxing is not going that great.
Yeah, so your house becomes craft services.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Unlucky.
Don't try to
Oh, well.
take that.
Woke is
The
back.
giant blue hole looks infinitely more dangerous than any other place. All space insurance. Oxygen used to escape will be in danger. Get out, cozy. I will rescue if you run out of oxygen, but you'll only be able to bring back one of the items you collected. Well,
No, don't give him any. Don't give him anything.
you bastard. If
Check his bag. I'm sure.
you lose them yesterday, I saw a lot of nice fish won't be to go in deeper.
Protein snacks.
You notice that the fish in the blue will have an odd violent streak. Shipment plus Dave equals
You
shape.
live by your principles,
Thank you.
bud? Yeah, that's what socialism is all
Very
about.
cool. I have something puts them on the edge. Speaking of which, why don't you also take a gun in addition to the harpoon? A gun? I have a friend who's knowledgeable about guns. I'll introduce you to him. Okay, now you guys will be introduced to the best character in the game. Well, one of
What
them.
am I, gay?
A lot of the characters in the game are the best characters in the game. This is one of them.
Bro, get the fuck out of here.
Pulling
Going
Duff.
on a date with
Whoa,
dinner
Cobra, it's
with
been a
all
while.
my gays.
Who is the goofy looking guy next to you? So that was a nice thing to say to a stranger. I'm Dave, a professional diver. Interesting, I thought divers were athletic and muscular. You seem to defy my prior knowledge.
Instead of getting the election,
People who
there's
live in
nothing more
glass
than-
houses. So what's this about? Like, just get straight to the point. I've got a very interesting business. Haha. And I'm in need of some weapons and stuff in each other.
Newsom discourse and how it's seemingly never appropriate to criticize.
Don't call me Shape. That's a shit name. Oh, I'm gonna turn on Himbo a little bit more. It's a little bit too quiet.
We need to win, so we can't criticize them. Okay.
I gotta
I've seen a lot of these same TikToks. Like, pretty much after I saw Hassan
Because
talk about how pissed he was, like the stream where he's talk, where he's very pissed at liberals for being annoying and shit.
So we can't criticize.
Immediately, I just got a billion of it. Like, my TikTok was just spam with people coming out in like solidarity with Hassan. Like, the liberals are stupid. Like, Hassan is 1000%
You
right.
can't criticize them after the campaign, like with Kamala, because like she's not president. What do you want to do? Like you can't criticize.
Season 2 Struts
critique the
still
campaign
just ended
yourself. No.
anyways. What the
Okay.
fuck?
You
Alright,
also
guys, it's kind of fashion.
kind of can't critique them after
So
the
change it
presidency.
to make it
Y'all
inside.
don't like it when we talk
I
about
like
Barack
it when breaks
Obama
down.
or Joe Biden.
Let's make us
Y'all
weapon that
y'all
can use
so we
inside.
can't- So before they're so you can't critique them before they're the nominee, when they're running to be the nominee, when they are the nominee, when they've been the nominee, or when they.
Dave, you'll have to prove yourself
So
at the start of this process.
when is the right opportunity
One row.
to talk about your criticisms of Democratic candidates and to push them to be better. In the process of how elections work, where
let's try this
should
again.
folks interject those critiques and those criticisms in order to ultimately like produce better candidates? Okay, so we can't criticize a potential Democratic
Never.
nominee 2 to 3
What?
years before an election.
No, do you not understand? You're supposed to take it. You're supposed to like it. You're actually supposed to be outwardly enthusiastic. Because if you don't do that,
It's on
that
side
means
with
you
all of these
hate,
bastards.
marginalized people.
We can't pick up C.
And you're also supposed to advocate for the Democrats moving away from marginalized people in an effort to like win elections, because otherwise you doubly hate marginalized people, unless when Democrats are hating marginalized people, at which point it's appropriate they had to do it. Okay?
Let's not get hit by
That's
this
just kind of,
jellyfish.
that's just how, it's super simple. I don't understand why this is confusing for people. You are never allowed to criticize the Democrats. Otherwise, you want a genocide of Latin American immigrants. It's obvious, and trans people, unless it's
Rope,
the Democrats
nice.
that are
Yes, give us
also
the hammer.
saying that that's like something that we must do. It would
Yes!
it's so totally okay.
We got the hammer, let's go!
Yeah, you hate black people. There's another one.
No, we
obviously.
almost got that fish. Damn it. Okay, we need to corner some fish so we can get them back in highest quality.
Status quo defenders just need to shut the fuck up. Bad faith, they're just bullying and failing. Yeah, I know. It's been kind of funny that they, like I said, they busted their nut too early. They busted their nut far too early, where they basically came out of the gate swinging 3 years out from the fucking election, and people are like, people are basically like responding to this in a way that I don't think they thought most people would respond to it. But because of the segmented nature, because of the hermetically sealed ways in which like echo chambers form on the internet, a lot of people on Twitter are basically oblivious to the reality that is unfolding in front of their eyes, where most people are hearing their arguments and going, dude, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Like,
Nice.
even on
Okay,
TikTok, even on
good
new
stuff so
TikTok,
far.
there's
And we
still
got more
plenty of
oxygen.
fucking
Let's go.
Motion around this. You have to vote for Gavin Newsom and like it argument is like totally ridiculous.
So far, so fucking good.
I think if you were to poll real people in the fucking real world, you know, their reaction is very different. The reason liberals are freaking out about a hypothetical non-vote on Newsom, watch till the end.
Blasted by certain parts of Twitter for this very dangerous take that he made on this podcast. Let's cut to the clip.
Could you vote for J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
No! Fuck, I double hit it. No.
On the I've Had It podcast where
Oh,
the question
accidentally killed it.
and certain parts of liberal Twitter specifically are absolutely shredding him for refusing to endorse a candidate that has not announced their run for president in 2028. And I don't know who Hassan and also many other leftists who have made the same proclamations that they wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom or Kamala again or Mayo Pete. I don't know who these people think they are. Many leftists say that they wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom no matter what to make sure that the Democrats don't pick him as the nominee, saying that they think that he would lose. Some people point out that he would have electoral problems trying to attack.
I don't remember how much over the
He
weight limit
has
we can
people
go.
like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro on his podcast and doesn't push back against any of their beliefs. Many moderates out there would point all the problems in
stand still.
California with homelessness, and many left-leaning folks
lionfish.
would be upset.
Yeah, you are
Go away,
allowed to
go away,
criticize
go
the Democratic
away.
candidate when they're the Democratic socialist running against a corrupt incumbent
Nice.
sexual abuser, because then they're a wrecker who will never win. At least
think it's
until
like
they
3
win,
over the-
because then
the
you
top,
always love
something like
them.
that.
Exactly.
Can we get that?
It's beautiful.
chess
You're
or the iron?
constantly getting podcast logged by Jennifer Welch when people cover this. I don't know what that means, but
Nice.
podcast mogged, you mean?
Oxygen capsule.
I've been
capsule.
waiting for this, to be honest. Give it
I think
6
it
months.
fully restores our
Oh, yeah, one
stuff.
step closer. We're probably like a year out from a politician saying, I don't owe you shit, and people applauding. Yeah. It's pretty crazy that these guys are no longer they're tackling the fundamental principle of democracy.
Come on.
When you say earn my vote is white privilege coded, that's what you're saying. Earn my vote.
And my vote is white
What the
privilege
democratic
coded?
process is supposed
That's
to look
awesome. That's so stupid.
endorsement has crashed Gavin Newsom's popularity in the market. AOC surges
That's
on calls for a
incredible.
billionaire tax
So
that Gavin
what's
Newsom is currently
what's the
campaigning
limit
against.
of items we can have?
It's pretty
Is it
crazy.
3?
It's pretty crazy. And it's not because I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not because of me. I'm not
Nope.
like
Okay.
I'm not this fucking kingmaker or something. It's because I can only voice what the masses are feeling, and the masses, especially even in the Democratic Party's base of support, have moved in my direction. Okay, they might not be equipped with the political education to like call themselves socialist or Marxist-Leninist or anything like that, but they just understand what's going
Nice.
on, and they're frustrated
Perfect.
by what's going on. And
Now we can't pick up any more
and
stuff, but
all
that's
this
good
is.
enough.
Like, I'm not
Because we
convincing
got
people.
almost
I'm not
twice
convincing people
the amount of
to
stuff we
hate
get.
establishment Democrats.
No,
They
we just need
hate
to find a way
establishment
back.
Democrats, and I'm giving them the tools to understand why they hate establishment Democrats.
I think we need
That's
to go
all
all
this
the way
is.
to the left too. Yep.
Okay.
What about the fact that Gavin dresses up for photo ops while he goes and personally destroys the belongings of homeless people while clearing their encampments? And this is where it begins to get dangerous with what Hassan is saying. Because if the Democratic Party voting base starts to reject
fish up, let's
candidates
go.
that clearly the DNC itself
Oh,
is
rest
pushing,
assured, man, I
they
am
begin to
doing
wanna
that.
do things about the massive wealth inequality that's happening in this country, even though the party doesn't
Running out of
want
air,
to.
but no worries, we
And
got
voters
this.
start to refuse to give in to conservative.
This
Wait.
is really funny. This is going to
Where do
be
we
a
get
pop
out?
gut miss.
It's
Voting
just
third
going.
party is exactly just not
Tell
voting.
the
Gavin is
people.
in
Okay, right,
progress
we
in
just
the
need
right
to
direction. Also,
isn't
someone
the
in
top
California is
anywhere.
a bit out of luxury.
Hello,
Vote for
Abandoned
third
Apples,
party.
how you
Having said
doing?
that, he's not as bad as JD Vance. I think his community, once this reaches beyond like a certain point,
Well, to think you'd actually manage to bring it back, I expected you to quietly expire in the depths, you could say.
About, like, Gavin Newsom sucks dick. Why are we supposed to offer field?
He's such an
training
asshole.
3 years out from a
Seems
fucking
I've
election
underestimated
when
you
he hasn't even, like,
slightly.
officially
Very
started
well.
yet? Like, get the hell
I'll
outta
show
here.
you how to make basic underwater rifle with
Don't
these
worry,
materials.
I think Papa Gut is one of those guys that
I have not seen your video on
in
TikTok
the
yet.
absence of like getting a bag directly from the DNC, Papa Gut will be
First of
one
all, download Tuff's weapon
those
shop on your
guys
phone.
that
It's
I'm
well
not,
optimized, only
really worried
42
about. One, because his
megabytes.
influence is
You
not,
could say.
you know, all that perverse. But two, I think he will probably move in the direction of like we need a
Craft.
more progressive
Basic
candidate,
underwater
that
rifle.
type of
I
thing.
feel like all the
Culture war
serious good.
issues
Let's try and
and
create a new
stop
weapon.
letting the Overton window in this country fall drastically to the right,
Alright,
then the Democratic Party has lost
time
all
for another
Oh, I'm sorry.
work of art.
Did you think I meant it was dangerous for
Or not
you,
perverse, pervasive.
the working class person watching
Sorry,
this?
just gonna. Yes, we'll equip this weapon. 15 damage, not bad. With a neat explanation like that, even someone like you should have understood. Well, I guess. Oh, and one more thing. I've taken some measures that allows you to open weapon chests underwater. Well, weapon chests. You can't bring them out of the sea, but they can still come in handy, you could say. Oh, but I'll collect info about these weapons you become great. Weapon made with a blueprint won't break down underwater, you could say. In any case, this master will be watching you. Goodbye, eternity. Such a character. Did we lose Himbo? Just while we were watching
Complicit.
I mean, this is
a very
like
important thing,
one
sorry.
of the things that I always.
Just because I'm with the VOD, glad you enjoyed it, and
stress
wait to
about
call you
the
didn't send.
Democrats in
Gotta get
general
back
is
to
that,
working on the
like,
game, but have fun with David.
when you
Thank
let
you.
your position
I look forward
be
to seeing
known,
more of your game.
when
It's
when
very
you
fun.
Basically, lay
See you around, mate.
down and say, "This is what I'm about. I'm about tackling the housing
This
crisis.
this run
offering-
went
I'm
much
about
better.
offering people housing. I'm about free healthcare. I'm about free
Oh, yeah.
education all the way up to college." When you say that, and then all these other people
Glad
like,
they
position
specifically said you didn't
themselves
say anything
against that
bad. Way too
position,
cold.
when I say I'm not voting for Gavin Newsom, that's devastating, right? 3 years out, I'm especially
fish
not
tank.
going to endorse Gavin Newsom anyway.
Grab up your day and get things ready to adventure
And
sushi.
people position themselves against that. All of a sudden, they're making an argument that's a failure in the eyes
Oh,
of
neat.
many
Boat skin.
other people, right?
Let's go with
And
this
this is
one.
kind of what I always advocate for,
So
that
looks great.
Democrats do as well, as a party. if the Democrats were to stake their reputation on these sorts of things, then all these other people that are yelling at the Democrats are going to literally position themselves as against those things. Either the Republicans have to fall in line and say, oh, people don't deserve free health care. Or, either they have to fall in line and say, yes, people do deserve health care, at which point it becomes the normal position. Or they have to position themselves as against
Let us make a menu
for free health care, at which point it's a very unpopular position to take.
Oh, nice. We can upgrade this one.
It's that simple.
I love
that simple.
It's
So what
got
these guys
so
are
great.
doing, in an effort to like tear me down or bring up like silly controversies or to try to make it seem like I'm a bad person or my worldview is toxic or whatever, they're highlighting they're highlighting my position overall. They're highlighting my position, making it more popular.
Hey, it's better than
the
the slow knife.
I do agree with this guy actually. And more people are refusing to fall for this nonsensical narrative, this harm reduction narrative that like you have to go out on a limb and say you love Gavin Newsom. Almost 3 years out from a general election.
Okay, let's just this one.
That
Auto
kid punching
supply.
another for supporting is not okay.
Auto supply is
or
better
base.
because
What? Have you covered
otherwise.
Marco Rubio yet? That guy's a grifter. Thoughts on Europe allowing trans in women's spaces? What is this? This person is all over the place. Anyway.
Otherwise, the game.
The more this interest focus on
The game will show
eventually
out
make
any
you a
food you don't
damn
like.
maker at this point. Yeah.
They should start an
you
uprising.
have,
True.
Yeah,
They should. I mean, I
you
think
have
they
a
sort of are.
situation
Something at
with,
least is.
Gavin Newsom's popularity already crashing on Polymarket, which I think is like not the most relevant metric by any means, right?
There we go.
But having said that,
Those and let's
having said
start
that, this is kind
serving
of moving
sushi.
in that direction. Yeah,
Oh
I
shit!
saw
First
this.
customer.
Movement is just some glorified podcaster who has never done anything of political significance in his life. Imagine saying this when you are 24 and work for a think tank funded by ExxonMobil to try to make neoliberalism cool. 22 and I've done more than you've done at, I'm guessing 45. I don't know why this person thinks they're doing anything. Like, your name is literally Progress, like you're the CEO of Progress Libs and you're at New Liberals at a time when like liberalism is basically ushering in a new version of fascism, and this person unironically, while simultaneously like cheering on ICE and shit, genuinely thinks that they are doing something productive, not realizing that
Can't wait till we can hire some other people to do this.
Electoral poison, it's ideological.
It makes it so much
poison.
less
You're,
stressful
like,
as well.
desperately holding on to the old guard, thinking that the old guard will come back, that people will actually inevitably realize how effective liberalism truly was. It's over. It's done. It's gone. Also, I don't know what this person has done at all, but listen, all I'm saying is
Hopefully we'll have enough
yeah,
money for some
they're a
upgrades
part
too.
of the sex cult. They're a part of the sex pestiny cult as well. But my point is, you can try
Nice.
to, like a barnacle, attach yourself to this
How many
dying
things have
carcass
we?
of neoliberalism at a time when there is obvious
earned
alternatives that are rising.
just
Unfortunately,
slightly more than
dangerous ones on
yesterday.
the right, like fascism, and hopeful ones
Nice.
on the left, like
Despite
socialism.
the slight failure earlier,
All you're doing
things
is
went quite
eating
well,
off
I'd
of
say.
the previous victories, with the hopes that because you lack political vision, with the hopes that like it will return, the old systems will return once again. It's not
Oh,
going to happen.
what's that? Who's that? Are you Dave by any chance? Yes, what is it, sir? Well, I'm always right about these things, ha ha ha. Nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Bacon. I'm an archaeologist who studied the sea people civilization. The sea people civilization? I'll explain it to you. Aren't you lucky to have an expert like me to tell you about them? Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Oh. Cinematic. Sea people civilization lives in legends. They're said to have occupied this region for a very long time ago. They worship fish and it kills, allowing them to live underwater.
So
We live in this long that's flourished without any
yeah.
concern for invasions by other civilizations.
They are offering
Sudden change to the sea
more
bottom brought about their
salience to my
abrupt downfall.
worldview by consistently fucking
Is that what all there is to the story?
pushing back against it.
Everything is a myth and
And,
nothing more, of course.
and-
Proof they're real was found right in the vicinity of
They
this
are
place.
just, like, oblivious
This
to
is an amazing find. One that could turn the
popularity
whole academic
that
world
the
upside down.
demands that most
An ancient
normal
civilization of
people
the
are
sea, you'd only see
making
such things in
about,
comic books or games.
identifying
Hmm.
the issues within the Democratic Party slowly.
Do
but
not
surely,
shade how
even
about demon.
without
That is
the
something
political
people have called
education
me
necessary
before.
to recognize it.
What makes you so sure they were real? My assistant closely analyzed an artifact found nearby found that it's from no known civilization. It is dated around 1500 years ago as well. There were no civilizations in these parts back then. And that's since business you have with me. Well, you see, my assistant's cryptocurrency investments didn't pan out, and he won't be around for a good while. That's why I'd like you to help me. Oh, my assistant told me that the artifact was found 700 meters or so below the surface. Please go take a look. We're busy with such, I don't think we can. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. I'm Cobra, I work with Dave. Of course we should help you. We're glad to do so. Haha. What? We don't have time to swim around searching for artifacts. Think about it, if an underwater civilization is discovered, countless people will flock here. Banjo Sushi will be bursting at the seams. I suppose you have a point. Alright, I'll help. It's not lucky. Oh, of course, I won't be asking to work for free. I'll upgrade the diving suit you're wearing for free. In the enhanced diving suit, you'll be able to venture deeper. This is essential for exploration. Hell yes. Salam, welcome, Salam. How are you doing, guys? Let's first install the iDive app on your phone before we proceed.
Yeah, Democrats actually aren't demanding that. I wish they were, but their demands are definitely totally watered down, unfortunately.
I know, that's it.
Not only are
the first thing we want to upgrade when we can. Like, in general, we just want more storage. That's the most important thing. Now then, let me tell you how to use iDive. And how about you? I have cuffs, but there's Lisp.
And a partial shutdown.
I saw that for you, so unlock your phone.
None of the evil aspects of the DHS,
iDive
but
app.
the aspects of the Department of Homeland
Oh,
Security.
nice.
That the aspects of the Department of
No,
Homeland
there's a bunch
Security
of
that basically, you
Have
know,
enough
make
money, use
travel
iDive
work like
equipment,
the
you can enhance your
TSA
suit as well as
and
your
things like
cargo
that.
box and oxygen tank. Don't forget anything can happen to keyboards. I'll be in touch. What an ominous thing to say before leaving.
Of a federal crackdown in Minneapolis. Willie James
Chat
has
on
more
case
from
of
West
sea
Palm Beach,
people.
Florida. Willie, good morning.
Alright, give me just a moment. I'm gonna cough
The
and
Office of
check something.
Management and Budget says that
Just one moment,
DHS
please.
is preparing for an orderly shutdown following that lapse in funding.
TSA agents will be among the thousands of essential workers required to continue working without pay after government funding for DHS lapsed early Saturday.
I've seen a lot of people that have been working for TSA for 22, 23 years already, and they've seen so many of these shutdowns.
Robert Echeverria has worked for the TSA for nearly a decade.
You know, the last shutdown, a lot of my peers couldn't go through that, and we had a lot of people quit because they couldn't go through the struggle and trying to figure out where they were going to get the next paycheck from.
Both parties have been negotiating reforms to ICE and CBP for weeks, but have failed to reach an agreement. Among the Democrats' demands, immigration officers would be banned from wearing face coverings, required to display ID, and wear body cameras.
Unfortunately, it appears that Democrats are barreling our government towards another shutdown for political and partisan reasons.
Democrats are fucking feckless.
I wish they did.
They need to demand it.
Use the
Disbandment of ICE.
funding
Nothing less.
political power that they have to push for a shutdown, so that
And
they
craft
could
another one
actually
gun.
get some
Another gun if you
concessions
want
from the
information.
Republicans. But they didn't actually do that. They did a piecemeal coverage
Nice.
over all of these
Heavyweight.
other areas, and they're not even
But
shutting
that's
down the Department of Homeland Security, even though it's being presented as such. The ICE activities will continue because they already fucking paid for it ahead of time with like tens of billions of dollars, right? It sucks. It sucks that it's not even a real, like, this is just going to be a nuisance and an inconvenience and horrible for all the people that work at the DHS at the, you know, the Department
Nice
of Homeland
gun.
Security side,
That's
the
quick.
TSA side of things. But
Gun upgrade
it's
kit?
very
Sure.
frustrating.
The
Hopefully
White
we'll
House has
find
been
the
very much
Amazon,
engaged
huh?
with Democrats in serious discussions and negotiations over
underwater
immigration
scooter.
enforcement policy.
This week, the White House
TSA's useless, man. It doesn't matter. It's gonna ruin travel. A lot of you guys don't understand. Like, you're falling for it. It's going to greatly slow down travel. A lot of people that work for the TSA are going to have They're gonna have to be put on furlough. Like it's going to suck.
His latest proposal to Democrats, but officials
Ooh, sun gun.
specifics
Nice.
about the plan.
So it's my expectation that at some point,
Normal
Democrats
fish
in the House
triangles.
and the Senate
Seconds.
jointly
Yes.
will respond
Yeah,
to
these
the latest unserious
movements when you reach
offer
center. Movements you
formally,
lose.
and then it will
Hell yes.
be in the hands of Donald Trump and Republicans to decide what's next.
Along with the TSA, the funding lapse will impact other agencies under DHS, including FEMA and the Coast Guard. But ICE and Customs and Border Protection operations will continue after their funding was secured in the One Big Beautiful Bill last year.
Separately, President Trump is pushing lawmakers to support legislation that would call for voter ID. Posting in a True Social post, he said, if we can't get it through Congress, there are legal reasons why this scam is not permitted. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order. Adriana?
All right, Willie, thank you so much.
The Department of Homeland Security shut down. Democrats refusing to fund the agency unless Republicans agree to major changes to.
Do the people that ride private jets get affected by this? No, of course not. They get affected by nothing. I guess maybe the secondary impact is like if the ATC is bogged down. But yeah, no. People with private jets are going to be fine. The deportation flights are going to be fine because that's also private.
Oh shit, we can't even get that.
But yeah, it's people.
I think
like
the weight
you,
limit is
people
like,
that
I
have
think
to travel
7 or
for
something.
work and use commercial travel.
We also need to dive deeper. Oh shit, lots of loot.
Liberation operations after weeks of unrest in Minneapolis.
Oh nice,
ICE needs to
another
be
one of these.
dramatically reformed.
Very cool.
Period. Full stop.
The showdown
Reformed?
escalating as 2 ICE agents are
Was
now
that
on
fucking
administrative
like
leave
Hakeem
under
Jeffries?
federal criminal investigation.
Feckless
If you
coward.
don't know about TSA PreCheck, rich people pay extra and basically skip security. God. It took me years and interviews to get fucking global entry and TSA PreCheck. It's actually like $100, I think, which can be a lot for people, like $100 extra. But if you're traveling a lot for your job, it's totally worth it. There's plenty of people who probably have it, except the federal government, the state, the Department of Homeland Security took mine away. So I can't even
It's
get
so
fucking
fucked.
TSA.
They took it away from
and I
him.
never even
I didn't
was
paying
able
for
to
it.
use
Fucking bullshit. That's such like America corporation ass moment.
Straight up, Marco Rubio ripped that shit away from me. Fucking bullshit.
I think was it 4 kilograms? No, I think it's 7. I'm pretty sure it's 7. What's the max?
Interviews, I got asked 3 questions when I came back to the US from Hong Kong. Yes, dude, I did 2 rounds of interviews. What? I've talked about it before. Definitely not rich people, idiot. Why are you... Okay, calm down. Did they refund your money? No.
They lied about a shooting in Minneapolis. That incident happening just 1 week after the fatal ICE shooting of
Yeah,
Renee.
I'm sorry that I fucking hurt the feelings of Israel, the most important, most consequential country on the fucking planet. And as a consequence of that, I got, I had my fucking TSA PreCheck removed.
Good. An ICE agent had shot and wounded a Venezuelan national. At the time, DHS accused the man of ambushing an agent and fleeing to a nearby home as they carried out a targeted traffic stop. But an FBI affidavit now casting doubt, suggesting the man wasn't even in the car.
Oh yeah, I
that
guess
was
it is.
stopped.
Okay, we want to take the tranquilizer gun back. We really want to make that into a permanent weapon.
Followed a man home and shot him in the leg when they tried to close the door. Democrats demanding reforms, including banning ICE agents from wearing masks, requiring body cameras, and mandating warrants signed by a judge before making arrests. But Republicans pushing back.
So
We always have to protect our law enforcement
Is there anything we can throw out of our inventory?
So what actually changes here? Because TSA agents, FEMA crews, as well as the
So we
Coast Guard,
could.
they will
Is it like 6 that's the max? That
even if
might
they're
be
not
it.
getting paid. But guys, if this drags on for several weeks, that's when you could start to feel it with potential disruptions to travel and even to disaster relief. ICE, though, Geo, they will continue operating. They've got all of the funds that they need.
That's the key part of the story.
It's
is
6
that
that's
ICE
the max.
is already so super funded that they can pretty much continue business as fucking usual.
Oh
That's
shit.
actually one of the key, in my opinion, one of the key demands from the Democrats should have been clawing back some of this funding in the same exact way that the Republicans took out the IRS funding, right?
A $75 billion boost from President Trump's mega bill.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you for your reporting.
Okay,
At an
I'm
army
not
base
gonna
in
fight
North
that
Carolina
fucking shark
last
right now.
night, Iran was on Donald
That's gonna be a
Trump's
pain.
mind. The president suggesting to his troops that fear of America would help persuade Iran to abandon
What
its
is this
nuclear
turmeric?
program.
Sometimes you have to have fear because that's the only thing that really will
Drop some.
get the situation taken care of.
What do you want to drop?
And by sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East, he's hoping that
Like, think about what our priorities are, what our funding priorities are. It's never fucking feeding the hungry. It's never building housing. It's never rebuilding our infrastructure. It's always this. It's ICE, Gestapo operations,
Feels
Gestapo kidnapping
50%
operations
oxygen. That's
that occupy American cities.
That's very useful.
And aircraft carriers being sent to Iran so we can fucking defend Israel and attack Israel's enemies. It's so ridiculous. This is contradictions worsening. If you cannot fucking comprehend in this moment, if you cannot understand the opportunity there is for organizing in this moment to wake people up to the reality, the design that America represents, I fear we're not gonna make
Come here,
it.
shark. Come here, shark. Come here, shark.
Hey, new
That's a
Twitch,
little
why is
close.
Hassan's in-screen chat different to this one? Is it subs? No, I'm using a special program to look at chat better.
fear will increase. The USS Gerald Ford, sailing from the Caribbean, fresh from helping in the capture of Venezuela's President Maduro. It could take weeks for this carrier to arrive. But Mr. Trump's officials say the US is preparing for a sustained military operation.
That's crazy.
That is so insane.
Like, think about that. Think about that.
Come
We're
on,
going to war
die
with Iran, whether
already,
you like it
shark.
or not. Sorry.
How much HP does it have?
We're going to fucking war with Iran. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna like it. Amazing.
And the president was asked.
By the way, we're doing it for Israel, just so you understand. We are doing this entirely for Israel. Right? We're doing it for oil too, but we're mostly doing it for Israel.
If regime change is what he wants.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen.
I'm sure Americans are super happy about
In
this.
the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk. Meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out shortly. So we'll see it how. If we could get it settled for once and for all, that would be good.
Last June, US stealth bombers flew all the way from Missouri to attack Iranian nuclear sites. But the planning for another possible strike is set
Nice,
up
we got
more
it.
complex.
We fucking got it.
A set of state and security targets. Last
Ah,
year,
damn
the
it.
Iranians responded by launching a limited ballistic missile attack on a US
Can we
base
drop
in
anything so we
Qatar.
can get more of this
The Americans are
bloody
preparing
shark?
for more retaliation this time around, but they still say they hope force won't be required.
Maybe the red
And
line
Israel's Prime Minister
is
told Mr. Trump this week that scrapping
Sag.
Iran's ballistic
Hey, can I just
missiles
befriend the
must
shark?
form
No.
part of any peace deal, along
This
with its
is
support
not a
for
vegan
Yemen.
game. This is not a vegan friendly game. We are not befriending no bloody shark.
America got all of his laundry cleaned with taxpayer
How many things
funds,
are this about?
and then also ran his dick through the entire process. And now we're sending another fucking we're just sending another aircraft carrier. Fantastic. I mean, they're literally moving like we're going to war with Iran, like permanent war with Iran. I personally think the repercussions for such a devastating act will destroy this country. I think it's over. I think this is, I don't think the American society can withstand another fucking endless global war on terror scheme. I think it will destroy this country.
One more thing. We just need to throw away one more thing.
And hopefully the impact of that death and destruction won't be as severe for America's enemies and even the good people of this country that just simply want to do better but are powerless to do so.
Okay, nice. And now we can return to base. Very good.
Vastly underestimate modern tech and
Successful
versus those carriers.
expedition.
I'm telling you, man. I think if
Let's have a quick look at the upgrade thingy.
they think, if America and Israel think that they can just like keep doing this, I think we're gonna learn a very tough lesson.
Next level Hashtag.
We are going to learn a very, very hard lesson, a very costly lesson. Okay? There were smaller versions of this lesson that was not as costly.
Pressurization
With the Houthis.
We did it, Reddit.
I don't know if Trump will do it because he hasn't.
Elias called.
I mean, he's Mr.
He
More
brought them
War,
back.
but
He's expected too little
he
of
has so far shied
Here
away
was
from doing long
Something
military
logical.
operations.
Changes in
like
this region will need to study
Style is
further, so
different.
continue
It's
to
like,
need
go
your
in and out,
services. Add my number.
Be explosive, be crazy.
Soy sauce, olive, and
destroy
gold.
the
Nice.
previous established norms, but like go in and out with a swift operation.
And we get the
no
Hashtag.
like permanent military installations, no permanent
Makes me
military
very glad.
occupation that slowly but surely chips
They will
away
you
at
out
its
to see it.
popularity,
Your
stuff
fans
like
will
that.
sets of restaurant.
This is definitely different.
Whoa, it looks.
The way he's moving
It's looking
here
very
is
nice.
definitely different.
It doesn't matter how delicious food is, the restaurant.
I said that if
Didn't
a
you
deal
say
is
the
indeed
opposite
reached, it must
earlier?
include the elements that are very
Can't change the
important
interior,
from
the
Israel's perspective.
If you want to change the interior, the interior menu below is
It's not
open.
just the
Please check.
nuclear issue, it's also ballistic missiles and Iran's
pressure.
proxies.
We
That was
change
the
up the
substance
interior
of
of
the
Banjo Sushi.
conversation.
Use interior tab, select tile to
Last
allow.
week, indirect talks with the Iranians in
This is a
Oman
big mistake.
were
If it means
led
I'll
by
see
Chief
people around here,
Negotiator
customers
Steve
indeed come,
Witkoff
but
and
this
Jared
area is
Kushner,
kind of remote, so I think I'll need a way to
wonder,
advertise the
like,
store and
I
something.
wonder what the
These days it's just
Israeli
about impossible track.
calculation here is, though,
Customers will have
because, like,
publicity. Have you tried the social media app named Cooksta? You mean the social media app young people use to post pictures of the food they eat? Yeah, that's how all businesses are promoting themselves lately.
So it is giving
That's all.
Adolf Hitler blitzkrieg
Nowadays it's TikTok
strategy,
as well.
where they're just like,
Assuming you can understand why people
unload
waste their time
everything
like that.
quickly and
Sushi makes an impression of the heart, not
down,
photographs.
and there won't be
And even
time
so,
to
isn't it better to use it
retaliate.
than to keep people ignorant of your food bancho?
And hopefully there will be
You have a point
regime
there.
change or something.
Any
Maybe
kind of
like
symbols
a
that is right out. Your
decapitation
first register
strike.
make. Your first register make the hashtag banjo
It is
sushi.
pretty wild to not factor in the repercussions for Israel.
This game is
in
making me
general,
hungry for sushi, but I am very
because
broke.
I don't think America has experienced
Not be having sushi for a while.
retaliation
Well, it
that
sounds
is
complicated.
significant enough for them
My customers
to
have it with your
recalculate,
food, will
right?
follow banjo sushi.
That's never
Sure,
really
well,
happened.
but
You go to Afghanistan, you go to Iraq.
Also install a cook app on my phone. Check follows post.
There's never been a moment where you've been forced to stand down. Whereas I think with Iran,
Ratio rating. Cooksta,
a
more
much
customers
larger
specific.
version of
I'm not conditioning your
a
ratings.
much
I've seen it.
larger version of what took place in Yemen, a much longer version of what took place in Yemen could potentially happen. A country that has hardened its defenses specifically against this, the unthinkable, permanent military occupation by the United States of America. It's a very different ball game. Iran did nothing the last two times, so Trump learned nothing. That's not true, though, because while we think, oh, Iran didn't really do too much, you have to remember they did do shit. Okay, they punished Israel pretty severely. They actually hit Israel so hard that I assumed it would recalculate Israel's tactics and its appetite for doing any sort of like decapitation strike on Iran. They were able to deplete the Iron Dome. That's insane. They were able to show that the Iron Dome and the air defense systems were not as well equipped to stop a barrage of missile strikes coming from Iran.
I don't know why one would craft more
Thought they would be able
Maybe
to.
we
This
do
is
some
without even like mining the Strait of Hormuz and
Going
shutting it
with
off
likes,
in its
so you take
entirety
profit, it's hard.
to global commerce. This is without
kind of-
using the
you know,
nuclear
it's
option
history.
for Iran, which is not a nuke, obviously, but like lighting the oil refineries on fire. Like things. If
Plus one menu shop,
American
plus one
military
kitchen
might is
staff,
able to
and plus one
withstand
wasabi
this stuff, then it's fine, right?
You want those.
Their calculation is we have the tools, we have the logistics, we have the
I don't
supply
want to
chain,
hold off, but let's see what happens.
we have the endless amount of munitions to continue punishing Iran.
You're breaking up,
We
see you
can
then.
go swift,
Goodbye,
we can
Chunchi.
go in and out, we can kill the Ayatollah, all this stuff.
So dumb.
Maybe that's their calculation.
Alright, let's check
and we
the
can
fucking
cause
menu.
panic in Iran, so much so that they don't have like a contingency plan, a next day after plan where they can get the IRGC together and continue, you know, bombing. Like they think they can pull a Hezbollah Hassan Nasrallah assassination on the entire Iranian country. And I'm not so certain they would be able to do that. You know what I mean? Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know Iran's like defensive capabilities. I don't know. I'm not so sure about Iran's offensive capabilities. I don't know how much America can. I don't know how much punishment America can
I
take.
certainly
It's
hope
like
all
once
of
again
Europe
with
and
Ansar Allah,
everything else like goes.
there
Yeah,
were
we don't want to
limited
deal with America.
casualties
Let's just
on the
get out of
American
this.
side. But even the
Let's see,
billions
this
of
again.
dollars of bombing
And let
campaigns
us
was enough
serve
for them to
it.
go, all right, these guys are not backing away. We probably should pull back here. Right? Yeah, the back and forth bombardments show that the Arrow 3 has a much higher failure rate than
I
originally
wish I could just,
expected, and
it
even
would
the
just
additional
automatically
THAADs
put them on auto
did not
supply.
make up for the holes in their defense. As a matter of fact, THAADs had a capability, a much higher failure rate than once previously assumed. If you remember, the THAADs were a failure overall, and America is moving its own THAADs into Israel. Remember, Israel has a limited amount of THAADs, and America moved more of their own personal THAAD missile systems, like anti-missile defense systems, to Israel specifically to defend them. And in the 12-day bombing campaign, you saw how expensive they are, for the record, how expensive they are to build, how expensive they are in general, to you know, with all the missiles that they expended, depleted. And even then, Iran was still able to punish Tel Aviv.
Right. That's a
This
decent amount of
has to be
sushi,
a part
I
of the
think.
calculation. If it's not, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I don't know what
we're not
what
gonna
their
sell
plan
that
is. The
much
outcome
more
of a possible
than,
next
15-ish
round
dishes.
against Iran would impact how the 12-day war is viewed in the eyes of the Israeli
we should be
voters.
okay.
The last
Alright.
government by,
Time to serve.
by Prime Minister Netanyahu, its biggest failure was
Oh wait, it's afternoon. Right.
was the 12-day
It's not even fucking sushi time yet.
back in June, and so
Damn, we did so well
Does
that I
Israeli
forgot.
society, by and large, consider the 12-day war to be a success? I thought.
Actually, wait, can't
I
we
thought it
also
was
sell
I
some
thought people
fish
saw it as a
directly?
failure. Like, I mean, yeah, look at this shit.
This fish is. Nice.
Like, you think that's a
I'm
success?
selling it at the Cobra shop. Cobra, unlock the shop for us, please. You bastard. Unlock the shop so we can do better fucking diving.
Like, remember,
Ah.
Israeli society is by and large very comfortable. They have been sheltered from the worst consequences of retaliation.
Oh look,
for the
it's the
most
shop
part,
we took
due
care of
to
earlier.
Billions of dollars of
We're doing
American
ethical shop fishing.
taxpayer-funded defense systems going to Israel.
Oh look,
Right?
dolphin.
That's why Israel
These
gets
ones we
away
can't
with
defend.
being this belligerent force, this
No
malignant
spoilers
force in
intended.
this region. that is endlessly violent, constantly expanding.
Dolphin seems like that's been
They can't really get away with that if if 1,000 Israelis die is in retaliatory strikes
we
from
should.
Iran, right? That's all of a
We'll
sudden.
just want to.
That's a very different
Check
calculation.
if there's any loot here first.
So,
Any loot here?
maybe I'm wrong. I thought that Israeli society by and large would have considered the 12-day war to be too costly.
Opening up the Iranian file opens
Aren't dolphins horrible to each other?
changing that perception.
To each other, I don't think so. To other animals, yes.
Over Iran, the outcome
They can be very sadistic.
possible next round against Iran
A bit like
impact how
40.
From what
A
I've
bit like
seen,
40k
it's the disconnect
elves.
between the government and society is broadly seen as a failure among
When they
the
get
society.
bored, they do some very messed up things. Nice.
in the eyes of
Gun. He saw me. It's a stun gun.
So,
Oh.
obviously this is,
Oh well.
you know, combating the Iranian threat has been the top point on the agenda, at least publicly, for Prime Minister Netanyahu during his entire
The dolphin's probably pissed as
career. And so this is
hell.
the biggest
A shock bang shit!
be the
Yes!
other main achievement, but it could also tarnish the success that has been reached until now.
Very dumb, but maybe they're that racist. I don't know.
I think it has a
says, I think Trump is being genuine about negotiations, by the way. No other way to explain the slow tempo of the military buildup. And if they are going to bomb with humanitarian justification, they would already have done that. It's been 5 weeks. He almost certainly will insist on terms that will strike the leadership as capitulation.
Alright.
But his preference is being
I
able
know
to
why
brag
it
that he
called for us.
out-negotiated the crafty Iranians. Murtaza says, I think he doesn't really know what's going on. Whenever Netanyahu visits, he gets 5 times more hawkish for the next 96 hours. Literally anything could happen depending on who he's talking to him most. I agree with that, unfortunately. It sounds fucking stupid, but I don't think there is like a
Very
like a
pink
major,
dolphin.
well thought
No.
out military ambition here.
Take
I think
care,
it's mostly
dolphins.
just like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh
comes
shit,
in,
they gave us a thing.
says you got to do this, and then he says, all right, fine.
Neat.
While anything could happen, war is much more likely than de-escalation, not unavoidable by but default, but truly unclear when Trump intends to strike whom, Iran
Well, we
or
can sell
proxies,
that
which
quite a
targets
bit.
and what role Netanyahu will play. Murtaza says, I imagine he would kill tens of thousands of Iranians and maybe try to take a layer or two off the military and political hierarchy, but this would not result in the system changing.
That's not
And
worth
after a few weeks of killing, there would be a ceasefire with nothing really resolved. See also the Houthis. This is a probable outcome, says Michael Hasten, but there are also many different outcomes.
let's see if we can
Iraq
get the
War, many
stun
specific predictions
thingy.
turned out to be wrong. They could also try
So
killing
without that, it makes
Khamenei,
things-
hoping no one really retaliates in a way that triggers an escalatory cycle. But I think if they were to assassinate Khamenei, if the IRGC command structure is left intact, if they have the appropriate contingency plans, which I assume they do, you would see a much more militant Iran, considering that the Ayatollah, I know this sounds fucking crazy.
There we go.
And this is not...
Easy peasy.
I don't agree with this, obviously, when it comes to its domestic
Got some use of this
feelings.
gun
They are very, very ruthless in cracking down on Iranians. But when it comes to retaliation to regional actors in the United States of America,
oxygen there,
the
nice.
Ayatollah is literally the more restrained party here. The Ayatollah is the moderating force
Ooh,
in
nice, we
Iran
found a
when it comes
relic.
to foreign policy. I
But
do
everything
not
that's
know
one come
what
back to
an
protect, I'll be waiting.
IRGC-led Iran would look like. I don't suspect
What the shit
it would
was
be
that?
as tolerant
What
or
is
as
that?
restrained as the Ayatollah. I would go so far as to say that the Ayatollah
That is a very big
to
eye.
a fault.
I don't like that.
I think the Ayatollah is restrained when it comes to foreign policy, not domestic policy. Like obviously,
Get back to
they're
the boat right away. No, you're not going to back to the
incredibly
boat right away.
repressive, incredibly brutal when it comes to cracking down.
We have more looting to do.
Protesters, they're so brutal that it would be like in a similar circumstance with America. They're at like American level almost. Okay, like thousands of people slaughtered. Obviously, like if a similar predicament existed in America where you had like, you know, sleeper cells activated by China or something, the American government would also kill tens of thousands of people. Like not even a question in my mind. But that is like, you know, endless brutality domestically. But when it comes to foreign policy, the Ayatollah is the most restrained party at play here.
We just got
okay. Like what that would look like for Iraq, I do not know. What that would look like for the regional calculations. It's very obvious that Saudi Arabia is actively trying to avoid this. They like that they've defanged a lot of the resistance networks in the region. But anything beyond that, like directly striking at the heart of Iran, is a no-no. And that's precisely the reason why the Saudi administration has been way more aggressive than ever before in the way that they're communicating against further incursions into Iran. A lot of the other implying that the protests were also
shit. We do not want to get pushed too far down there.
There is obviously foreign intervention in the protests as well. Of course, the protests are not all sleeper cells. But if you think that like the Chinese government would be like, yes, we have our militants in your ranks, like if you think that the American government wouldn't react in the same way that the Iranian government did, you're crazy. American government is incredibly ruthless, and so is the Iranian government. When I compare the actions of foreign adversaries to my country, my government, that's the maximum, like, evil. That's what I'm trying to say. From what I've been reading, the Saudi-Iran dispute has already been put on the back burner because they see Iran as a non-element at this point. Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. Saudi Arabia loves... The U.S. would not kill 10K people. In a similar circumstance, the number would be
That's so
higher.
funny. What a stupid chatter.
Americans
the U.S. would not kill 10K people.
They'd kill more, brother. What the fuck are you talking about?
US has killed more. It just mainly does it in foreign countries.
We kill hundreds of people on boats on a good day without even considering it.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, nice. Better scooter.
Hello? Like, you don't understand. Like, there has never been something even remotely similar. Like, if Russia and China were openly saying, like, our guys are in your crowds and we're actually doing our best to intervene in your domestic affairs, we're actually causing, like, real chaos. We armed them, we gave them weapons, and now they're, like, fucking, you know, killing cops and shit on the streets. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, the American law enforcement kills 1,000 Americans a year, okay? This is without, like, foreign intervention. This is without any sort of, like, major power around the globe saying we're actually agitating to you know, foment revolution in your country. I mean, look at 9/11. Look at what we did after 9/11, right? America is a very violent country. Anyway, that's besides the point. It's because we are so powerful and we have no, like, real enemies that have ever punished us at the domestic home front, that you have no way of measuring how violent this government could get. We're more violent than other countries, even in our domestic affairs, without even factoring in any sort of, like, international or foreign intervention. Add foreign intervention into the equation, oh boy, I don't want to know what that would look like. I'm telling you right now, it would be fucking disastrous. Yeah, you got, like, Waco and shit. Ruby Ridge, Waco, Kent State, move bombing. There are examples of this. These are, you know, these are instances that are not even dealing with, like, foreign entanglements and foreign intervention from powerful states that are openly saying that they are, you know, adding on to the pressure, arming people, you know what I mean? It's, like, not even a question. Anyway.
I
don't know if the U.S. would do
carry
Iranian
one
level
more
repression
big fish.
domestically, but we can't really be sure since it's never happened. Yeah, because our economy is not there either. That's why I always use the example of, like, these far-right groups, right? As long as they can go to Applebee's after, you know, playing Meal Team 6 over the weekend, they're fine. But if you got the American economy resembles the Iranian economy, all of those groups would be
8 kilograms. That's a thick fish.
Al-Qaeda would be real,
right?
Right? like we don't.
Let's get out of
we
here.
don't know what that looks like because the
Shit.
material conditions have never resembled the material conditions of that we have the conditions that we have brought about against our foreign adversaries. Like,
Black vinegar.
I think a lot of people forget the impact.
So inventory is
of
very
the
full.
Sedative impact.
Because we did
of
so well
fruits.
that we have more than twice our
Okay.
capacity. Oh, weapon upgrade. Let's have a look at that before we.
We'd like to do that abroad, but mass scale killings just haven't happened internally. Well, I mean, with the exception of like obviously the indigenous genocide and stuff like that. But that's what I mean. That's why I always talk about. That's why I always talk about like the importance of treats here. Okay. If we went back to like Great Depression era poverty and famine on the domestic
Oh look, we even
front,
get a katana on
I
the
think
way
a
out.
lot of these groups that are
Cheap
armed and
Japanese
very
sword.
dangerous would actually resemble ISIS.
Another very
Straight up.
successful run. Excellent.
The only reason why they don't is because a lot of these guys are just like relatively comfortable. If America was that level, if that America experienced that level of poverty, woof, we're already fucking killing
look at
a lot
shooters.
of people. You know what I mean? We're already killing ourselves all the time. We got mass shootings happening on a fucking daily
Oh, you're
basis.
right,
We have
right.
police shootings happening on
It's been a very good
you know,
condition.
3 times a
Also,
day,
it's
pretty much.
stored nearby until recently.
It would be ISIS.
This may be the find of a century.
In any case, getting back to Iran,
My
though,
Davis
escalations against
continues to
Iran,
work together and cover the
Axios
secret
reports
secret
decision to
civilization.
send a second carrier
What? I
strike
thought I'd
was
only
made
be helping you
to
once.
Netanyahu. Instead of sending
Wow,
a
of course,
Bush,
no. Just put our restaurant top of the list of
CSG
affiliates.
from Southcom.
Davis is like,
Estimated arrival is 3 to 4 weeks, which aligns
That
with
won't be hard
Trump's
to do.
supposed deadline for Iran.
because he doesn't have
There
any.
were 2 CSGs present in
A very
Centcom's
like,
AOR for the
I'll be
12-day
in
war
touch.
and for Operation Rough Rider. It's been over a month since Trump started threatening Iran, and it will have been over 2 months once the Ford arrives.
Nice. That's a
More indications
nice
that they're
chunk of money.
freestyling
Good
this.
brief.
Ali Shamkhani, Secretary of the Iranian Defense Council, told Al Jazeera today that Iranian missiles are defined as a red line and are not subject to negotiation. So even after Trump gave the deadline, Iran is showing no signs of capitulation, and agreement seems unlikely at this point. So
Nice.
basically what we have to gear up for is whether or not America
What,
is
we
going
hit
to
some stuff?
strike Iran, or not whether or not, but like
To the
when
fish
America
tank.
is going to strike Iran at the behest of Israel. By the way, you have to remember that Israel is the primary leader
fuck?
on striking Iran. They are the ones who are really agitating to make this happen. They want destabilization. They want Iran to resemble Libya. You don't know what you're talking about? Thad was a lot more successful than you think. Next time, just ask. Okay, official Lockheed Martin. You're right. All the videos of the Thad misfires that we watched, that was all a pre-planned. They wanted to fake out the
Sorry,
IRGC's
distracted by
missiles.
something. It's already
By,
evening.
deploying
You'll see if
them
even
ahead
so
of
bad
time.
just working alone. It's not used to manage with 2 people with more customers coming. Dave is such a nice dude. Mission updated, not enough words.
Exactly. Chatter is memeing. His name is official Lockheed Martin, guys. Come on, wisen up. The U.S. military is preparing for the possibility of sustained weeks-long operation against Iran if Trump orders an attack. 2 U.S. officials told Reuters in what could become a far
So
more
we
serious
could
conflict than
upgrade
previously
our weapon.
seen between the countries.
We're not
Now,
going
this
to.
is
We're going to
still in
get
line
this
with
one.
Trump's
One
method.
hushed out. Nothing less.
In some ways, we did see this kind of build up before the 12-day war. We
Big
saw this
havoc
kind of
box.
build
How
up
we can
in
upgrade it, maybe even
Venezuela,
twice.
and Venezuela didn't turn into a sustained military occupation, and neither did the 12-day war.
Made use gun, yes,
So
but
he
it get
could
less
still be
beautiful. That doesn't have this
posturing.
problem.
He could
Jungle
still be
is beast,
posturing
weaken
to
the
make it
boss.
seem like
Weaken
he
those change like bleeding
has
swing.
ambitions
Serving carefully. See
that
how
are
it
more
serves it top
violent
up.
and more
Yeah,
sustained.
good guns grab the dove
And then he might not actually
Sushi time.
go through with it, especially because he doesn't have the appetite, as demonstrated by his past military incursions. Like, he will always break previous rules. But the one thing he shies away from is an Iraq War style situation.
This bunch of sushi place, huh? Miss Yoshi came by because I heard this place getting popular on Cookstar. The name gave me pause, but I think it's really your place. New food using new forcing ingredients. Can't taste it anywhere else. It's Aston, but masculine. Chef, what did they mention? Me too? No, not really. Sorry,
The
Dave.
U.S. military could hit Iranian state and security facilities, not just nuclear infrastructure. One of the
Actually,
officials
I'll not
said
read this out.
the official declined to provide specific detail. Apata.
Let's see something particular.
Anyway, this is the Axios deal. Behind the scenes, U.S. officials agreed, Netanyahu and Trump agreed in their meeting on Wednesday about the necessary end state and Iran without the capability to obtain nuclear weapons, but they disagreed about ways to get there. Netanyahu told Trump it is impossible to make a good deal with Iran and claimed that even if a deal is signed, Iran will not abide by it. A U.S. official said,
Hello,
Trump
roasted
told Netanyahu he
shark head
stands
is
a
an
chance to reach a
excellent
deal
dish.
with Iran.
I'm using
The reality, the U.S. negotiated a good deal with Iran back in 2015. This is true, which Iran followed. We know this because we had verification protocols in place, which also is true. They were talking about the JCPOA. But then threw that deal in the trash in 2018, partly on Netanyahu's advice.
Please give me a
not partly on
white tip,
Netanyahu's
reef
advice,
shark head, and
entirely
olive
on
oil. Well, we
Netanyahu's
already got
advice.
both of those.
The
So
Iran
good
denuclearization
thing.
agreement was
Why are you afraid, Dave? We already did that.
Signature foreign policy accomplishment of the Obama administration, and the Trump administration cast it aside. Israel never wanted it. Israel hated it. The Trump administration ripped it apart. Iran still followed through on the agreements, considering that it wasn't even like a unilateral or bilateral agreement. It was multiple parties involved, European allies involved. The Atomic Agency basically was pretty much designed just to keep Iranian nuclear
Alright,
operations
but we
in
can't
check.
serve it yet because we already filled out the thing.
And yet Donald Trump ripped it apart specifically at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Something that doesn't get a lot of coverage in the mainstream news because the mainstream
Oh, we
news
want to
is
serve
also
it. I mean, we
super
could do
fucking
that.
pro-Israel. Let's
We
be
just have
real.
to abandon one of these
Very,
dishes.
very, very frustrating. So yeah. Anyway, insofar as the official position of the Iranian government is not just conditional non-recognition of Israel, but commitment to destroying it, Khamenei position, of course, Netanyahu or any other Israeli leader will
And
be
that's
motivated to
good, that's
undermine any U.S.-Iran diplomatic off-ramp, including if that means using dirty tricks and manipulation of the U.S. political system.
Okay,
This is
you
what
can,
caused the
in
2015
them,
JCPOA to
that's
fail,
useful.
even if it may have been envisioned as a gradual pathway to de-escalation.
Right. Where's the head?
Mortaza, once again, being a little too sympathetic, in my opinion, for the Israeli position.
In-law. Those talks resume in Geneva on Tuesday, but the
But we do
Iranians
have
have
it.
so far ruled out negotiating on their missiles.
All right, we can
The
serve
president has said that his preference is to reach a deal with Iran. That's very hard to do, but he's going to try, and that's what we're trying to do right now. And you know,
Research.
Steve,
Oh, we need to
Witkoff and
research it.
Jared have
Right.
some meetings lined up fairly soon. We'll see if we can make any progress. The president would always prefer to end problems with a deal.
While Marco Rubio was speaking in Munich,
wish I had pulled
hundreds
in
of
the light
thousands
on
in
my
the city
fingertips.
were demonstrating against the Iranian government.
Alright.
Last month, Donald Trump said he would come to the rescue of protesters killed inside Iran. He did not do so, so who knows if he's really prepared
Let's
to
swap this
attack
one out.
now.
The shark reef said.
We'll get to the Marco Rubio speech. I don't know if we have the full speech. I want to watch the whole thing. See dono? What's the dono?
We'll manage this with order supply. If more customers buy it, then good stuff. Alright, let's do this.
What do you think about the Norwegian crown princess? Her involvement with the Epstein files is long for years after 2009, and her son is on trial for multiple rape charges. Is this the time to get rid of the monarchy? The monarchy? I mean, sure.
Not discussing usual the looks of
Yeah,
it.
Norway.
Just ruins my appetite.
Do it.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on board.
it's insane with Norway. I really hope to get rid of them.
Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance.
Sorry, just a moment.
An
Let me check
alliance that
something.
saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The
Boo.
first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior.
What
And
is he
just months
saying?
before that
The fuck is he fucking saying?
Before our
How are you liking this game? I'm really enjoying it. It's so fun. I played this before, and I really, it's just as good
brought
as
the
it was
world to the
before.
brink of nuclear destruction.
Yeah, why'd that happen?
Nice.
Why'd that fucking happen?
That other customer's gonna get pissed.
That was our doing. And by our, I mean America and Turkey, ironically enough, even though Turkey is more of a junior partner here. We put missile bases directly in the ass cheeks of the borders of the USSR. Okay? So, of course, in retaliation to that, the USSR did the same with Cuba. Again, a lot of the reasons as to why
There are some needs to hire people who can
Americans
help
are
you
just
with that.
kept in the dark about our own history. Okay? America is kept in the dark
I'm Yoshi, the
about our
recruiter. This is
own
why I do
history,
these
and that
things
is
to
by
start bringing out a
design.
hiring
That's
ad.
precisely the reason
Yay.
why we think, oh, it's so crazy, it's so scary that they just like built missile bases.
Employees
in
to
Cuba,
reduce the
which, by
workload.
the way,
Yes.
objectively was a good thing for Cuba. Turkish people did not know anything about it. Of course, Turkish people had no hand in
Nice.
this. The Turkish government barely had a say in it. Let's be real. And yes, the USSR putting nukes in Cuba was a good thing. Okay, 100% was a good thing. It allowed Cuba to maintain a nuclear
Results become available the
protection
following day.
against the United States of America.
Cuba should have kept those
100%.
fucking nukes. Fuck me, man.
Khrushchev was a lion
Fucking free Cuba.
with his machinations. Okay, straight up. Look at what we're doing to fucking Cuba right now. A nuclear Cuba would not have to deal with this shit that we're doing currently.
Oh shit, that's a lot of customers.
Even as World War II still burned
think
fresh
this
in the
one was the
memories
first
of
one.
Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe. One with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and
Nice, we're
final
making a good chunk of money already.
in the history of mankind.
I have the game, but I haven't played it. Might give it a try when I finish my Horizon Forbidden West. I highly recommend it. It's very, very good.
Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance.
And you can play it like on like Stardew Valley and stuff. Games like that are chill games, but they make you feel rushed. This game, I would say, does not make you feel rushed at all.
We were
That is
unified
a
not just by what we were fighting against.
major difference.
We were unified
Or rather,
by
with other games, you
what
need to
we were
overcome
fighting
that feeling of rush if you want to like
Together,
not feel rushed.
Europe and
With this game, you don't really have to.
prevailed.
It's you can.
And a continent was
It
rebuilt.
feels a lot more okay to take it
Our
slow.
people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole.
What the
That
fuck is
infamous
Marco
wall
Rubio on about?
that had cleaved this nation into
shit.
two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce
You feel rushed in
alone
Stardew Valley. Yeah,
now
due to the days.
that the rules-based
Way that
global
works.
order,
That's
an
why I
overused
feel
term,
rushed.
would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders.
At the very least, it makes my like
a citizen of
min
the
max the inner min max a rush a lot. So
that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidies.
For the record, this was well received. I need you to understand. This was well received by that room. They saw this as, I guess, because in comparison to last year's speech by JD Vance, which just got up on that stage and was like, you guys are doing too much woke stuff and we're going to punish you for it. Because if you recall, JD Vance's speech was almost entirely about censorship and not even about Israel, mind you.
That's funny.
It was entirely about censorship around, like, you know, trans stuff or anti-immigrant sentiment being suppressed. And the fucking Munich Security Conference ate this speech up. They were like, oh, thank God, Marco Rubio, the fucking war hawk that is currently posturing against death and destruction globally, against all of our enemies, is back to business as usual politics. Because you have to remember, like, a lot of those people in that room, they don't mind if you are doing endless militarism overseas, endlessly punishing the global south. They love that. They want that. Okay, they can make money doing that. What they were frustrated by was America's
I don't like the
interference
strange guy
in their
serving it though.
sovereignty, in
Fuck
their
you.
domestic affairs, not allowing them to, you know, have any sort of say in their own design in their own countries. Europe.
It looks so
right?
bad on camera.
So when Marco Rubio goes back to
Also
the
click
old
with the likes.
neocon methods, and it talks about how, like, we're bringing about
That's a
prosperity
very
and
tiny
freedom through free markets, the freer the markets, the freer the people, and like our enemies don't have that same interest. Europe abso-fucking-lutely, European leaders abso-fucking-lutely love this shit. Do the European audiences respond positively to this? I don't think so.
Orange starfish.
Like,
I mean,
all
I
of our
think Hassan is
comrades overseas
somewhat
living
wrong.
in Europe that have been fighting endlessly.
I think he's wrong on that.
To let their voices be heard.
Most normal
about
Europeans respond well to that. They want a normalization of America, not
about austerity that's
the
coming as a
downfall of
consequence
American
funds
shitty
being
system.
reallocated to, again, building up a robust military-industrial complex in Europe as well. That kind of stuff is very frustrating for a lot of people.
Okay.
But European
We can
leadership,
sell some stuff that would
European
be nice.
leadership looks forward to statements like this. Make no
Subsidize their
mistake.
companies to systematically
Alright,
undercut
chums.
ours.
This
Shuttering
customer
our
didn't
plants.
like you. It was not just the customer, it's one of the people we helped.
Resulting in large parts of our societies
So we're
being
gonna sell
deindustrialized.
a couple
They were
things
saying
just so
that
we
the
can get some
crowd
upgrades.
basically had a collective sigh of relief in the aftermath of the speech.
Shipping millions of working and middle class jobs overseas and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate.
Why would anybody believe him? What do you mean? Yeah, Europe leaders greet Rubio's transatlantic message with relief. What are you talking about? This is what they look forward to. Europe was never mad at Donald Trump for its instability in the global south. Europe was mad at Donald Trump for potentially going back on punishing Russia. Europe was mad at Donald Trump for not being as aggressive in most instances, or
And also just like because the US, because the US was aggressive against Europe. That's a big no-no.
I thought I was.
Then suddenly America is being so aggressive and shitty,
during the
totally
Mark Carney
different from
speech.
before.
Because these two things happened so close to one another. America going in and kidnapping the leader of a sovereign nation and his wife, and then America turning around and saying, we're going to take Greenland. We're going to annex Greenland. The reason why the European allies and Canada loved what America did with Venezuela, but hated what America was doing with Greenland is because they don't give a fuck about Venezuela. They don't care. They understand that the rule-based international order is designed
We need to get the gloves so we can pick up the
nations
sea
in the
versions.
periphery, but you're not supposed to touch those in the core.
Oh, gun upgrade, please give us the stun gun.
The sensibilities of those in the core.
Shark
And
harpoon
as
tip.
long as you don't
That is also very good.
outwardly posture against them, as long as you don't outwardly posture against European allies, and you keep playing ball, I guess they will be happy, loyal serfs. They are fine being vassalized. They are fine as vassal states.
Nemo is unfortunately very correct
Donald Trump
so far.
said the quiet part out loud. They
Europe
don't even
is a
mind
very
Donald Trump says the quiet part out loud when it comes to nations
feckless.
in the periphery.
Yes, we got the fucking sleepy Toyama.
Venezuela for the oil, and these guys will, they'll go, I
Let's
don't
fucking
know about
go.
all this. I don't feel too great, but ultimately it's for the greater good. But yeah, as long as he maintains civility and a diplomatic tone, you have to understand.
Come on, it
the
didn't
European
die.
Leadership are liberals in the same vein as the Democratic Party. Okay.
Unlucky. Ooh, the pufferfish.
You can see them to Americanize this conversation, European leadership in many respects is not dissimilar to the Never Trump Republicans and the liberals that say we want a strong Republican Party. It's just the aesthetics that they don't like.
Fuck.
And also, you know, Trump's indecent ways where he will every now and then say, know your fucking place, European leaders.
Oh. That sucked a little bit.
Okay. Here's Edward Wong, diplomatic correspondent of the New York Times, saying Rubio's speech in Munich warned of the civilizational erasure of Europe and the ills of mass migration. He said the U.S. aims to save European culture, and he pushed for more.
And that's another thing Europeans love to fucking talk about as if it's a real fucking issue.
Tone. And it wasn't just that, though. It was also the fact that he packaged that up with fighting against Europe's adversaries and America's adversaries rather than fighting against Europe entirely. Because J.D. Vance and Donald Trump both took a different tone where they were antagonistic to Europe. Marco Rubio approached it like an old school neocon and approached the subject matter as a defense of Europe.
Oh shit.
And of course,
another
these
shot.
guys much prefer the defense of Europe's sentiment rather than attacking Europe.
That was close.
Of course, the very same lack of internal pressure from labor unions and things like that very much exists in the United States of America.
Nice.
The same, like, hollowed out organizational structure. Even in Europe, there is obviously more labor militancy, of course. There's general strikes. There's, you know, there's no shortage of, like, revolutionary sentiment in Europe. But even then, it kind of feels like European leadership doesn't respond to that either. And Israel was a perfect example of this. People are burning cars, turning them upside down on the streets. They're doing mass strikes, general strikes, things of that nature. And yet, European leadership does not budge.
Yeah, we need to pressure our leaders a lot more in Europe.
In the way that they calculate their relationship with America and
say European culture, yeah, totally, yeah. Fucking more like corrupted.
Let's continue.
Cult. We have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors.
Unpopular opinion? I wish we still had the Soviet Union. What do you mean unpopular opinion? That's like the popular opinion in this community. It's an unpopular opinion. It's not even a... It's an unheard of opinion in the United States of America, but this is the
There's an unpopular opinion in Europe because Europe is full of hogs.
Opinion. What? Exploit oil and coal and natural gas and
RIP Soviet Union.
Not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture.
Continuity of our culture. Fucking. Shut up, Marco Rubio.
And now together we owe it to our people to face
full of Asmongold shadows, yeah.
And to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference, and it is our hope, to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe.
5 kilograms?
For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors.
Yeah, they're basically, he also creates this like grand vision where like we're Europe's little brother. Like our nation is comprised of like European migration. It's all European migrants that made. It's like trying to tie it all together with like a white nationalist narrative as well, which is ironic because he's fucking Cuban. Okay, like that's another. This is yet another like silly aspect of American fascism, where he's adding on this white nationalist sentiment into what is pretty mainline neocon propaganda, right? Why aren't you extensively covering the 250,000 people in Iran
is it
protesting
7?
Munich? Because I
getting-
think this is more relevant, especially considering that all of the, first of all, 250,000. I didn't know that there was that many people. That's an insane number. I feel like you're just, you know, you might be exaggerating a little bit. 250,000, and not only that,
Go
but
another
also,
one.
those protests are utterly irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter. America is going to do what Israel wants America to do in Iran. If there were 250,000, actually 250,000 people saying, like, hands off Iran, for example, you think America would give a shit? Fuck no. Sure, 250,000 people that are begging America to blow up Iran. America's going to blow up Iran if it feels the need to do so, if Israel wants to push for it hard enough.
Yeah, it pretty much depends on what Israel feels like.
An unbreakable link between the old world.
Nothing more, nothing less.
We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the
Yes,
deepest
I like
bonds
some
that
good
nations
old
could
Nazi
share,
speech.
forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which
He's a little piece of
fallen heir.
fairly like clumsy
And so this is why
orator, I'd
Americans may
say.
sometimes come off as a little direct.
Doesn't change his Nazi
There's a number that
message.
was given by Munich police, a profoundly exaggerated number when looking at the pictures. I mean, sure, it doesn't matter though. Let's say 1 million people took the streets of Munich to demand what? To bomb Iran? Okay, America's gonna do it anyway. You think they give?
There's a lot of
shit
people with fucking Iranian
about
shower flags
German,
in the demonstrations. It's very, very
pro-Iran,
disgusting.
militarism protests. Millions
Was
of
it
people
8
took to the streets in
kilograms?
America
Nice.
in No King's
Watch that.
protests. We didn't even
A little
listen to
bit
the
late, but,
American citizens. You think
need
America
the
gives a
orange
fuck
shirts,
about Germans
stars.
protesting? Are you stupid? At most, they'll say, look at how much support we have. We were going to do this thing we were going to do regardless. You know, thank you for the support.
In our council. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound
Nice
sense of concern
inventory,
about a Europe
absolutely.
with which we are connected. Not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know
Another very successful evening. Very good.
Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions.
New record death.
How much we spend on
81
defense, where,
over 80.
how we deploy
Ooh.
it. These are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is what exactly are we defending? Armies do not fight for a
What the fuck is that?
Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life.
Hobbity hop.
And that is what we are defending.
Is this supposed to be Ash Ketchum?
That has every reason to be proud of its
Yo,
history.
do you know a lot about this giant blue hole?
aims to
I'm not sure what
always
to
be the
say.
master of its own
That
economic
is different there.
and political
Yeah,
destiny.
it's basically like Marine.
It was here.
To complete my collection
Where
of
the
this
ideas
space.
that planted the
Marine
seeds of
what?
liberty that
Something you
changed the
don't know.
world
Highly
were born.
popular
It was
ocean
here
life
in
trading
Europe,
cards.
where
Marine
the world which gave the world the rule of law.
How can you not have
the
heard of the
universities,
futuristic trading cards
and
that
the
utilize an
scientific
AI
revolution.
recognition system that
It was this
automatically
continent
corresponds to fish in
that
real
produced
life?
the genius of Mozart
I've never
and
heard of
Beethoven,
them. Sounds fun, but
of Dante and Shakespeare,
Stop
of
reading
Michelangelo
out loud.
and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future.
Oh God,
The
unapologetic in our
industrialization
heritage.
was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice.
We must fight for our mutual shared Western civilization defense brigades.
Yeah, he's basically just doing a watered down, like a proto-Nazi speech.
It's so shitty. It's also Hitlerian, but I guess more civil. But that's enough for these fucking Eurocucks to go, no, I like it. It's good for
economic
me.
undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence.
Climate cult. Also, you have to understand, like, climate change is real, right? Anthropogenic climate change is real. It's been a thing that scientists have been warning about. Global warming, climate catastrophe is a thing that is unavoidable, undeniable. We're seeing the impact all the time. And yet, because China are the superpower that has positioned itself the best against combating climate change, is seen as the major threat here. America is also actively not only pushing militarism, but also actively saying climate change is fake, it's bullshit, you have to stop. You have to stop trying to
Wait, did I even check if I can make the fucking stun gun?
This is another major aspect of American engineering.
Please give us the stun gun.
They are actively trying to get Europe back on oil and natural gas. They are trying to move Europe
also
and
refills
anyone
our
else
ammo.
away from renewable energies and investing into renewable energies. It is a total psychopathic death cult. Okay? Yes, China is at Munich as well, of course, at the Munich Security Conference. But understand that, like, every conversation that's being had about renewable energy right now is being had specifically because China has the monopoly control over the energy grids and the procurement, extraction,
Because China's owning the West when it comes to
raw, is what John
actually saving the environment.
calls raw earth minerals, rare earth minerals that are necessary for production. Okay. And that is precisely the reason why they are trying to move away from that, or trying to urge the European Union to not revitalize its grid and move in the direction of renewable energy.
And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming.
Why does he sound like such a nerd?
Societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South.
aka America's
Together,
rate of China.
we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia, it is not hate. It is a fundamental part of national
It's not hate, guys.
And the failure to do so,
I promise, guys, it's not hate.
of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored. We don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore
tool for good,
today,
aka
pressing matters before us,
tool of oppression.
it is no
It can be a better tool of oppression, guys. Trust
It
me.
could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain.
I'm sorry. I think whoever is the leader of the opposition force against this has to use clearer terminology when addressing this stuff and cannot shy away from openly saying that this is a continuation of the liberal international order and that this system has been proven to be an abject failure. No more like going back to business as usual. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You have to be very clear in your terms to say what Marco Rubio is trying to offer is a soft landing, back to business as usual militarism. And that is that we can.
Did Miller write that speech?
Because
I mean, it was less racist than
different than vulgar Brandonism, which yielded endless genocide of the Palestinians. And
I say it was less racist than a regular Miller speech.
Showed the world that this system is broken fundamentally.
Maybe it was, and then they like toned it down. They asked ChatGPT or something to like, hey, can you make a Miller speech but like slightly less racist?
I cannot believe that he's going with this. Like, the best alternative here is to have Marco Rubio put lipstick back on the fucking pig. Only a month after Donald Trump said, nah, this is broken. We're going to keep dominating you.
The nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran.
And man, the Nazi-ass rhetoric gave off the same vibes. It does give off the same vibes, because it is the same vibes, but I'm just saying that... Ooh, net gun! Yes! That is such a good weapon. Another one we want to unlock.
All of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law.
It's so funny because the guy who was doing that for Europe wasn't even Russia, at least last month. It was Donald Trump. Right? The reason why Europe is terrified of Vladimir Putin is because there's the fears, there's the Red Scare fears of the USSR incursion, like the historical.
Actually, what is the max limit of like stuff? Is it like half our weight?
But it was literally, it was Trump. It was Trump that was doing this. Trump was actually presenting a real grave threat to the European vassals. More so than even Vladimir Putin for a brief moment, right? Like, where the world said that they were more afraid. In the Munich Security Conference, they asked people in the beginning of the conference, like, who are you more threatened by? They universally said America. They said they were more threatened by America than China for the first time ever.
W. As it should be, because America is the big evil.
Now, post Marco Rubio speech, no, at the Munich one too. They said it at Davos and they said it at Munich in the beginning too. No, they said it in the beginning of the Munich Security Conference as well. They said that they were more afraid of Donald Trump than Xi Jinping when polled.
Which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in
Europe. Why is your viewer count so low? It's Saturday. Also so low. There's almost 30,000 people watching. I'd say it's pretty good.
To join us on. It is a path we have walked together before. And hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers,
I'll show you how this is going to work.
To cross oceans, settle new
I think that's how it works, and then higher
I
up.
think you're misunderstanding. Rubio explicitly said rule-based international order is bad and constrains the United States while being ineffective, even though the
it is like
was designed heavily
I mean,
the US.
it's excellent at catching more things at the same
policy
time.
On the right is explicit about
So you get
multilateralism being
quality.
useless. Yeah, but it's just a way to say the quiet
If I
part
time
out
this
loud for
right.
them. That's all this is. So as long as he maintains like European defense at the forefront of his conversation, even if he's using like, you know, he's peppering in white nationalism with like neocon sentiment, that's fine for the Europeans. As long as he doesn't put
Europeans
the
don't
Europeans in
mind
the
that.
crosshairs and
Because
says,
they always want to
we
blame
have a
immigration
shared
for
understanding of defending Western civilization, Western culture. We're gonna fucking fight for you, not fight against you. Trump says we're gonna fight against you. Marco Rubio comes out and says, we'll fight for you. We're going to do it in a way where sometimes it might seem like we're dominating you, but it's fine. Then a lot of the European leadership will say, yeah.
Trump's first enemy was woke.
That's the reason why they
Was like woke, and he thought that Europe was also woke. But Europe does not give a shit about woke.
But in 1945,
Now they come to realize that they are slightly turning the ship,
Europe
so to
was in
speak.
ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow.
R.I.P.
The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions, by
Godless communist revolution
that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come.
Fucking still doing McCarthyism. It's so fucking stupid. The world is so fucking
Age of
stupid.
dominance had come to an end.
And any European who watches that and thinks, he has a point, and many of our leaders will watch that and think that are fucking wankers. Fucking demonic wankers who are fucking pro-Epstein class. Anyways,
This is what we did together
we
once
got an
before.
applicant. Very cool.
And this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing
free eye as well.
to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes
We need
that what
one
has
more
ailed our
fucking
society
orange
is not
sausage.
just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead,
Fear
we
of
want an
climate
alliance that boldly
change.
races into the
He's saying, like, you gotta be bold, you gotta be brave. We're gonna do some fuck shit. And you gotta come along with us. That's crazy. I mean, this is some straight up Nazi garbanzo for the record, okay?
Garbanzo.
And as long as the European nation states are controlled by people who are happy with the current business as usual, as long as they can
Yeah, our fucking social democrats will love his fucking speech for certain.
because like that's the big problem in Europe, right? That was a big problem with Israel as well, like the endless amounts of protests.
Thankfully, a lot of people are
and
seemingly
broad
caring a lot more
recognition
about
that, like,
climate
the
change, so I
democratic
think
process
that one
wasn't actually
will be
really,
a lot more difficult to sell to
happening. It
people.
wasn't a
Yeah.
real democracy
I
at all.
hope.
Was
But we'll
making
see.
it much harder for the liberals in Europe to maintain their grip on power, and that's, you know, that's the real concern here. Marco Rubio, in some ways, is not different than the J.D. Vance speech, where he's basically saying, like, you have to come along for the ride, whether you think you like it or not.
future. And the only
You
fear
guys
we
love
have
using that word,
is the
Lamau,
fear of the shame.
Nazi. I mean, yeah. What do you?
Why
say to
did they
someone who
repeat
wants
Nazi
to,
like that?
you
Like
know,
that fucking skit?
If he was delivering this speech in German, maybe you could understand it.
An idiot.
Is that what it is? Is it because he's saying it in English that is like hard to comprehend? Because there's not a lot of differences between what he's saying here as far as the superiority of Western civilization and what Adolf Hitler's plea was to Europe initially before World War II.
Yeah.
It's identical, as a matter of fact. It is identical. Adolf Hitler made plenty of pleas to England. I mean, he was an Anglophile.
Of not leaving our nations prouder,
We have,
stronger,
what, 19
wealthier for our
dishes?
children.
I don't remember how
An
many we
alliance
sold
ready
the
to defend
previous
our
day.
people, to safeguard our interests and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced,
Mini
constrained, and
games.
subordinated
Bouncy
to
Dumbo.
systems beyond its control.
Ooh.
One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way
Like, this is not dishonesty, by the way. It requires an impressive amount of dishonesty for the U.S. to veto multiple UN efforts to end the war in Gaza and then come out and bash the UN for playing no role in ending the Gaza war. Here's the problem. I think Matt Duss's perspective here is unrealistic. Okay? Because the UN design in the liberal international order was so that they played along with whatever the fuck America wanted, and that's that's reflected in like
what happened in
policy.
Gaza
That's
is exactly what
Israel policy.
Western,
For years and
the
years,
US Western
the United
allies
Nations
wanted.
has made a big fuss about Israel being an apartheid state, and nothing has come about, right? The reality of the matter is Marco Rubio is basically saying, like, the UN is a hurdle. That's the reason why the UN is becoming too much of a hurdle in our vision, in the way that we want to move around the world.
Flappy Bird, I mean Dumbo game.
It's not compliant enough, even aesthetically. And because America's global power is being tested for the first time ever, militarily with Russia in Ukraine, and economically with China being the manufacturing hub of the planet now, that's the reason why they're sweating the small stuff in ways that they never did. Because the United Nations has always stood in opposition to the United States of America, even though overall it's packaged in a way where like the ICC, ICJ, like they just go after America's enemies and never against America, you know?
Yeah.
So the reality is, Marco Rubio is basically saying that this system doesn't work for us anymore.
Like, the entire system is just built on lies, like acting and all that shit, and it's so insane when you learn about that. How the entire world is just built on very, very thinly veiled lies, and like fake declarations of honor and all that shit. No! Game over. Oh well. We did well.
It's just one among many.
Okay, where do you find the stats for the previous thing?
And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together what we have inherited
the West
is something that is unique, distinctive, and irreplaceable. Because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together,
oh, he
in this
sounds so
way, we will not just
emotional.
help recover a sane foreign policy. It will restore to us a clear sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world.
By the way, Chicago mayor is about to be in the building, and I'm gonna welcome him in a second.
Oh, shit.
And we're gonna move on. We're gonna talk about like what progressive
Very
mayors
cool.
can do, what he has done, all this stuff. And
Can we not check the stats for the previous day?
Lori Lightfoot. Yeah, we're gonna talk. Yeah, Lori Lightfoot's in the building. Rahm Emanuel's in the building. Yeah, the real Brandon is in the building. Let's go, Brandon.
Finally, the real Brandon.
And you know,
all right.
We'll have a conversation, and then we'll get back to the Munich Security Conference stuff after he's left the building.
Let's get one last thing on the menu, and then we'll start the
and
day.
deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So, in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe.
That's so cringe. All of these disgusting people.
Our story
All
began with
these
an Italian
demons.
explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought
Alright, let's
Christianity
open
to
this
the
with you,
Americas
please.
and became the legend that defined our nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language,
Why is he still speaking?
but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster. They gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into
Oh,
the
beer
interior
joke. Haha, Europeans love that
French fur
shit.
traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain.
He said
And our
archetype.
largest
Nice,
most
Bronson,
iconic
quiet.
city was named New Amsterdam.
New recipes, hell yeah.
Before
Archetype, bro.
was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi.
We are so cooked. This speech is too far. We're looking at it from a EU neolib perspective. Yeah. If you're like, I mean, look. There is
Shit.
Not to get all third worldist up in this bitch, but like, this is something that I talked about quite a bit during the genocide in Gaza, where like Europeans have this nascent, unrecognized level of like Euro racism, like European leadership specifically.
Not just European leadership,
A
unfortunately.
little bit. It's maybe a little too American, and a little too white nationalist in general.
Nah, Europeans will still eat this shit up.
Hitting. What is this? Is why I despise lives. Hassan says Tyler is polite, but he weasels. Meanwhile, this weasel has on the left
How many
leg is off.
fishes did we
Means
sell?
the fucking former president. Calm
12?
down.
How do we check that?
Pointing out that as if York isn't a European city too, Lamau, he's an idiot.
Lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose Manuel Arena lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire.
What's the
But
12?
here's what
I
I'm
don't
certain of.
fucking know.
They could have never imagined that 250 years
I
later,
think we saw about
one of their direct
Jesus.
descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation.
Like, this one probably bangs so hard for Asmongold's audience. Like, this speech is almost designed perfectly for Asmongold's audience. Of, like, the Euro racist trash that fancy themselves to be like American MAGA. Because this is a perfect melting pot of the new version of Eurofascism. Eurofascism now in the modern age is very MAGA coded, and this also perfectly ties that together. And the Euro, but it's also civil enough for the Euro liberals to also engage with this in a positive way.
No, we can manage
Where it's
this
like,
sushi restaurant
we're
without
all
going
this
there.
like beautiful Western civilization. We all have the same interests here, which is unlimited death and destruction for all in the periphery.
Imagine if this game like partners with like
profits, a profit
with a phone
that,
product
like, you will benefit
to
from
get their
as
own
well, all
case.
this stuff.
And yet here I
Like
am,
a phone that's like very
reminded
water
by my own
resistant.
story that both our histories
That would be neat.
and
Or if
our
they made their
faiths
own case for one.
will always be linked. Together we rebuilt the shattered
Let's have a
continent
look at
in the
Cookstar.
wake of two devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by
Mr.
the Iron
Bacon?
Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet
We
communism.
received an award.
We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then...
All right, we got the Chicago mayor in the building,
Great picture.
everybody.
Pancho.
Here it is. Let me fix this
W
camera real
branding.
quick.
Yeah. Oh shit.
All right, perfect.
That is very cool.
Hello, welcome.
Why is he in
Welcome. You
California?
got water if you want. I also have a bunch of sodas.
Oh no, I'm good with water. What is
You
it?
don't
Is
you don't
this
drink?
tobacco? What is this?
Oh, that's Zins.
Zin-
I got a lot of stuff here.
Oh, yeah, is that how you keep yourself focused?
Yeah,
I
yeah, exactly.
Keeps himself
all right, well,
focused, yeah.
a pleasure to have you.
Wait, where's
I've
the-
become a big
oh, never
fan
mind.
of your city as of late. You were on the Jam Pod too, I think, right?
Yeah.
Love those guys.
They really are a great group of young brothers. They're doing
Yeah.
some great work, elevating the consciousness of America. So it's always dope to see the next generation of
Can we not sell these?
speakers and influencers that understand the political moment that we're in.
Yeah, I mean, someone's gotta duke it out in the marketplace. The mayor's mic is low. Hold on.
Yeah.
I
okay.
thought no, it's just you gotta yell a little bit.
Just be a little louder. So,
Yeah, be a little bit louder.
Yeah.
You're used to it though. You go
Yeah,
out.
well, I was hoping to come. It's LA. I thought I was gonna come and chill a little bit. So I'll bring some of that Chicago energy. I got you.
Yeah, we don't chill out here. It's also colder in LA than usual. I feel
I
like.
wish I could.
Burr.
Yeah.
Yeah, that very tough 60 degrees. That's
What is this one?
always tough to withstand.
But-
Like you're in a full sweatsuit.
Yeah, I'm cold right now. This is I'm chilly. I'm chilly in the house. But for you, it's like this is t-shirt weather. I
Man, this
assume.
is comfortable, man. We could play a double header in baseball in weather like this.
Yeah. Brandon Johnson, everybody.
What's up, y'all?
Thank you so much for coming. Obviously,
We saw just
progressive
one
mayors
thing.
and
We could get the
socialist
upgraded cargo
mayors
box, so I think
are
we
at
can
the
do that.
forefront of the conversation right now,
On
all
what?
around the nation. With
You know what?
Zoran
Screw it. I don't
Mamdani's
feel like going
victory,
back
so
there to like.
I
upgrade
wanted to
that
talk
shit.
about the trials and tribulations of being a progressive mayor,
We'll just
especially
upgrade
in
some
a city like
stuff.
Chicago. So we'll just dive right
that's
into
good.
that. You won
Let's see if we can get that fucking.
after Lori Lightfoot. After a
orange.
sequence of Chicago mayors
Star.
that were establishment Democrats
Starfish.
and ineffective for
That's
the
the
most part. What have been some of the major hurdles that you had to overcome pushing an agenda that is more
It's a dolphin
progressive than what most people would ever assume
Hello.
of a major city?
Well, first of all, it has been the joy of my life serving as mayor of one of the largest economies in the world. Having
Oh, you must be the
you know,
dolphin.
started
Oh,
off
isn't
my
it?
professional career as someone who was involved in youth development. And eventually became a public school teacher, organizer. And that
Lucy,
led
oh,
to
nice.
the political, aspirations that got us to this moment. I would just say that the big challenge for progressive leaders, progressive executives in particular, there aren't many examples and models. There's not a template, if you will, that that we are afforded. It's like when I was a public school teacher, I had the veteran educators, so I wasn't necessarily creating lesson plans from scratch, right? Because there were those who had been there, done that. Some of the students, my colleagues, taught their parents and their aunts and uncles, right? So there's some familiarity there versus leading a major city like Chicago, where you had one family in particular that held the fifth floor for nearly 50 years combined, right? And so we're talking about several years, decades of sort of institutional complacency that blocked out what's sensible about politics, which is ensuring that everyday people, working people, had access. Right, so it was really just overcoming the fact that one, there was no template, years of neglect, and then three, I was born into this work in the midst of crisis, and I'm happy to dig into that. But those have been three of the most dynamic challenges that I've had to face as a progressive leader, particularly for a city like Chicago that hasn't had many examples.
What are some of the biggest setbacks, though, as far as like the alderman structure that exists? Like, I feel like there's a lot of power sharing that takes place, like, because most people think like all mayoral structures is identical, and yet I feel like Chicago is a little bit more decentralized as far as like the power sharing goes, right? Would you say in comparison to like New York, for example?
No, not the dolphin.
Chicago is
it's a little bit so that we care about this dolphin, but whatever. The pirates captured it illegally. I mean, what we're doing, I don't think is. Oh! What the shit? I should have noticed that.
But I would say that the hurdles, or just the element of governance, the challenges there really are.
I forgot that was gonna happen.
The animus towards the value system that I bring.
Yeah,
like,
we saved him once again.
The structure in and of itself does have some degree of impediment, right? But our governmental structure is not necessarily, an idea that makes it impossible to lead. What I'm faced with right now is that the individuals that have had untethered access to the fifth floor now have.
Is that what you're calling the shitty sword I have?
Yeah. And they have been resistant.
Oh, they left no gift.
Oh, absolutely.
What are some of
large
the
gold bar?
that
W
you
dolphins.
had to deal with as far as like advancing a more progressive agenda? Like, what were some of your goals in general? Because I know you tested out a pilot program for a pantry system, right, in the city. But what are what have been some of the major battles that you had to fight?
I mean, there's been a number of them. Let me just center it around what my ultimate vision for Chicago is. I'm working to build the safest, most affordable big city in America, right? I mean, you look at the other large cities, though that there's progress being made around safety. What good does it do to have a safe city, but working people cannot afford to live there? But vice versa, what's the point of having an affordable city if people don't feel safe? So everything that I've done has been centered around building safe and affordable communities. And those, battles have been everything from, me pushing for paid time off for workers, right? So we're the first big city in America to offer 10 days of paid time off for over 1 million workers now benefit from that ordinance. We abolished the sub-minimum wage for tip workers. So tip workers will make the minimum wage that every other worker receives, plus their tips. Those were some real major battles that I had to, overcome to get, our pro-worker agenda through. you know, we've had some setbacks, right? I have this effort to increase the transaction tax on property that's worth more than $1 million, but it required a ballot referendum. So we were able to pass it in city council to get it on the ballot, but we lost it at the ballot box during the election. I mean, it wasn't the best organizing operation that we have put together in the past. However, that would have raised $100 million to address homelessness, right? So that was a setback for us. But overall, you know, my desire to build more affordable homes, invest in our young people, opening up and expanding mental health clinics and services. Again, happy to dig into all of that, but we've been able to accomplish a good part of what I campaign on. The challenge, of course, has been just fighting through the status quo of the political establishment that have not accepted the results of the last election, that the city of Chicago obviously wanted a working class individual who's tethered to public sector and public accommodations to run the city. So there's been a massive amount of money to interrupt and disrupt our overall.
You just say you have to watch it, but I think watching more than 1,000 episodes is a bit tough. I mean, I will watch it at some point. My little bit watched it actually.
Right, and that obviously guides your worldview. That helps your understanding of working class background. What were some of the immediate reality
those assets go away.
Like as far as how you felt running for office versus how you govern? What was the biggest thing that you realized is like, wow, this is a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be?
I mean, honestly, it was the inheritance of
I have no patience for that shit.
The failures, right? I mean, I never looked at the job or even the task of the job to be insurmountable. Like, the job is the job, right? You show up for it every single day with a clear vision, desire to bring change. You bring your skill sets, your information, your experiences. You bring people together. Like that in that aspect, that didn't necessarily overwhelm me. There were some challenges, I think, in the immediate, pulling the movement into the workspace that had historically been left out, where the fifth floor had
finally
been
an orange
for all of these years. Now changing the paradigm where the fifth floor is not necessarily the target, but it's the area, of course, that we want to be held accountable. But now the people who have been, pushing the fifth floor is synonymous, or is more symbolic for the office of the mayor. That's how we describe it in Chicago, because it's obviously on the fifth floor. But
what does it refer to?
We just say the fifth floor. We say the mayor's office, right?
Yeah.
And so I guess the larger point is,
give me a stun gun with a net gun. Come on,
getting the movement to relate to government not as an opposition, but as a co-equal in terms of how we distribute services for people. And so the big hurdle was one, getting over that mindset, but two is that we're talking about years and years where the pensions weren't paid, right? Where schools had not been invested in. So it was really just overcoming the
there should be another shot somewhere here.
Been established,
there it is.
And then beginning to move our city in the direction of support, love, and care, right? And that's still an ongoing challenge, right? Because again, we're talking about people, right? And so whenever you're dealing with people, you're going to be confronted with just certain idioms that you're going to have to work through.
Yeah. So, all right, let's hone in on some of these areas of pressure.
Expertly dodged once again.
The way I see it from the outside looking in, I feel like there are.
Yeah, we need to find.
It could be somewhat reductive, but there are.
Now that we have full on weight, we need to find
like multiple forces at play that are constantly going to be a thorn on your side. You have the business interests on the one side.
That would have been useful to fight against that.
We can break that down into different industries as well, or different sectors as well, like real estate. Like private schooling is another one. You have police as an institution that is always going to apply pressure. There is this balance that you have to strike when you're the mayor, because like on the outside, you can lead Black Lives Matter protests, but when you're the mayor, you reside over, you have control over the police force as well. So then I feel like that creates a juxtaposition between like the same outside pressure that we were talking about that you want to represent, while simultaneously dealing with the people that are in charge. And then you have the press, local press as well. The local press has not been very kind to your mayoralty, I would say. I think like they are always going to be playing a role in undermining the goals that you're trying to accomplish for the most part. I don't know if you would say that's a fair assessment. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, one of the major newspapers, the day after I got elected, their headline was, Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson thanked everybody, including God, except for President Barack Obama. I mean, it was so random and disingenuous as well.
Except for Barack Obama.
The corporate
I feel like you could easily, at the very least, like, you can turn around
but also to
at that and say, I mean, that's just racist to, like, demand that I just thank Barack Obama randomly just because I'm a black dude. I feel like that's an argument one can make.
Every morning I wake up, I thank Barack Obama
for
Barack Obama, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Obama.
God is great. Thank you, Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, neat.
Yeah,
you can't go any further.
Yeah, so
now.
that's just between you and I.
Well,
like,
I'll work on that.
That's a difference for me.
So, now lay me down to sleep. I thank Barack Obama. Let my soul sleep.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Listen, it's just a difference between you and I guess. But
oh shit! Ouch!
To me, even though I thank Barack Obama all the time.
Ow.
But I guess I'm forgetting other groups.
Oh, so
so that's one aspect. So you got the media. Let's talk about the trickier ones. The pervasive influence that certain sectors have over politics in virtually every major city and every town. The National Democratic Party, the
this is the place to see
Party,
the things going on.
real estate.
There's I've never seen before written on the pillar. If only we had some sort of.
How have they set
so
up
some sort of move aside
what you want to accomplish?
So
yeah,
come on up.
That's a great perspective. That it's not necessarily unique to Chicago, right? This is a pervasive challenge that we have around the country.
Yeah.
You know, I often think about the words of Justice Brandeis 100 years ago. He said that you can either have a democracy or wealth in the hands of the concentrated few, but you cannot have both, right? And we just saw the largest upward transfer of wealth under the Trump administration than we've ever seen in the history of America, right? So their influence, whether it's the real estate lobby and other corporate interests, they have worked overtime, quite frankly, to undermine my administration. In fact, the Bring Chicago Home ballot referendum, again, would have raised $100 million on property that was owned by people who the property was worth more than $1 million. So 97% of people who transfer their property would have seen a tax reduction. 3%, less than 3% would have saw a nominal increase that would have addressed an issue that even corporate interests ostensibly want to address as well, right? And they spent $2-3 millions of dollars against that campaign to distort, right, the effort, and that was a difficult setback to have. You know, even with my last budget cycle, we challenged corporations to put more skin in the game to balance our budget so that we're not sticking it to working people. And we instituted some great corporate taxes. We have a brand new one, the first of its kind. It's called the Smart Tax. It's the social media amusement responsibility tax. So it's a tax on these large tech companies that have more than 100,000 followers, and essentially the revenue that we would generate from these big tech companies is going to go into our work to expand mental and behavioral health care services. But there was another one that we were pushing for called the corporate head tax. Essentially, it's a tax on big corporations that have more than a certain amount of employees. And again, it would have generated $100 million. And we're talking about 0.5% of the corporations.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a handful of corporations that would have generated revenue to address safety, which is the thing that corporate leaders say that they want big cities like Chicago to address. and they spent millions of dollars on ads to influence the city council to disrupt what essentially would have been 1.67% of our overall multi-billion-dollar budget. I mean, these individuals are so greedy in terms of their desire to capture wealth. It's beyond greed. It's avarice, right? Where they don't even want to leave crumbs behind for the rest of us, right? So there's been a concerted effort, not just through corporate media, but through, you know, other social media means to disrupt and distort our vision. And then ultimately they've used their dollars of influence to dictate to
wait, we had bombs.
leaders how they should vote, even though their constituency doesn't support the very thing that corporate interests are trying to promote and push through those elected leaders. So for instance,
ship's gone off radar. I think it's sunk. Yeah.
80% of Chicagoans said that it was the right thing to do.
You go into the sea and retrieve raw materials.
Because of the influence from big money and corporations.
Do you ever feel the need to call them out by name? Like, by your assessment,
Already?
Is it appropriate to sometimes do away with that delicate balance?
Yeah.
And to just say, these guys are the
You
ones
don't know, you can watch
who are,
mission-based outmates to predict the
pardon my
environment.
language,
Get
up
points
the
for
bag
completing
for
missions
you
and
guys.
that rewards for reaching certain
and,
so this was
just come out and
points in the app,
outright
not for people.
apply pressure, like not shy
I
away
would say they're
from
basically
using,
the same thing.
The people that brought you into this office, and maybe even using the
I
organization.
mean, hey, as long as she pays, I don't really
have
care.
played a role in bringing you into power, and try to fight. I think you probably know why I'm asking this
I do.
question, because there is another example here of a mayor that ran on this populist momentum, this populist wave against all odds, against the establishment Democrats and the Republican Party, and is now, I think, experiencing a little bit of that. Someone I know personally is
No, I love
Donnie in
cooking.
New York.
Actually, no.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, from your lessons, like, how can we translate that to good governance both in New York and in Chicago as well, that benefits the working class?
Yeah, no, I get what your motivation is there. And yes, I do believe that there are appropriate moments when you have to name people, right? And so
Finally,
during
we
the
can craft
budget
it.
battle, for
Yes.
instance, there's an individual who has given millions of dollars to a lot of
it's time
different
for a cutscene.
politicians. But of recent, it's been very clear that his efforts have been intentionally motivated to disrupt the movement that elected him. His name is Michael Sachs. He spent hundreds of millions of dollars across the globe. He is a strong contributor to AIPAC.
Put the weapon right away. Yes.
So this is an individual that has used his wealth and his influence to undermine the work that we're doing in Chicago. And there are others like him. I do know that people try to strike a balance because, look, there are different instances in which some of these individuals might be on the same page depending on the particular issue or conversation.
Yeah.
My experience has not been the case in this instance where, you know, again, we had 2 administrations ago that, you know, Michael Sachs had a lot of influence in that administration.
watch it,
and that administration closed schools.
Live with that
They
one.
shut
Whose
down.
administration was that?
That was Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, we
and
got
so they
points.
closed.
We're going to talk about Rahm in a second. We have to.
Okay, I mean, if you just insist, but you're
Oh, I insist.
okay. Well, then granted. But you know, that administration shut down schools.
Yeah.
That administration closed mental health clinics. That administration pushed for privatization. We saw the force out of black residents in many different parts of the city, particularly the west and south sides in particular, as it relates to that administration. And Michael Sachs is tethered to that administration. But we also saw, you know, a boy who was brutalized and murdered by a police officer.
Yeah.
And that whole operation worked to cover up the actual murder.
Yeah.
Right. And so yes, I do believe that this moment does call for a boldness, and we have to call out these actors and players who are contributing to the demise of society and their, you know, efforts to do some goodwill in pockets.
Time for the afternoon
It does
dive.
not cover for all of the damage and harm that they've caused.
Yeah. The reason why I said we got to talk about Rahm Emanuel is because obviously, like,
Oh,
a lot
interesting.
of your
This
work
role is
goes
quite a
into
bit different than
undoing
usual.
many of the things that he did as the disgraced mayor of Chicago.
Very annoyed. I still can't pick up this
and
sea urchin.
the reason why I'm bringing it up also is because
there's a fair amount of progress in this game that's just locked behind like time,
sent out in exile
which isn't the end of
Japanese
the world.
ambassadorship.
But
He's back and he seemingly wants
I would
to run
like to
for
unlock some
president.
of it at this point.
What would you say about his mayoral reign in Chicago and what that spells for what he is planning on doing if he were to ever get a crumb of power within the Democratic Party?
Look, the Emanuel administration embodied the 1% of society. You know, I mean, everything that
he did that in the Obama administration as well.
Oh, absolutely. Like, look, and this might be a good time to just insert a thank you, Obama, if we're going to criticize him. So I don't know if this is a good time to pray, but I will say though, you know, look,
Thank you, Obama.
The 99%, if you will, that entire movement, there was no better sort of example of the stratification between the 1% and everybody else than the Emanuel administration. And he didn't apologize for it. He was very clear. You know, he believed in, you know, austere budgets. He did not believe in the public sector, which is an offense to someone like me, you know, whose ancestors fought for public accommodations, right? You think about the demands of descendants of slaves, those of who escaped, of course, that brutal institution. You know, black folks in this country, after securing our liberation, fought for education, housing, healthcare, transportation, good paying jobs. I always add the friendly amendment, which is environmental justice. All the areas, of course, that Donald Trump is attacking and defunding. But that playbook was not introduced by Donald Trump. Right. That playbook was being moved by Democratic mayors across this country. And so you had a very strong privatization agenda that basically wanted to continue to curry favor with the ultra-rich. And that has led to the dismantling of the very institutions that working people rely upon. And so, yeah, I mean, it was just met with... his time was, I think, the sort of pinnacle, if you will, of that not just conservative, but that corporatized form of politics that had embedded its way into the mainstream fabric of the Democratic Party. And then that's what ultimately helped, you know, accentuate my radicalization, if you will.
Nice.
As we saw these public institutions being defunded and disrupted, and how the Democratic Party was leading the charge across America of how to do just that. And, you know, the Emanuel administration, again, took that effort and essentially placed it on steroids.
Yeah.
And we're still living through the consequences of that.
What are some of the areas that you've had to basically play the role of cleanup job that were the most devastated after this corporate focus in governance?
I think the first area has been around our public education system, right? So democratizing the public education system. You know, we're going to have a fully elected school board by this time next year. That's something that was unheard of. And so as a progressive leader, of course I'm going to expand democracy. Is it messy? Yes. But I would much rather take my chances with an elected school board than federal control.
It depends.
Because of what that has
It's not always that making it more democratic makes sense.
Over the course of years. And so, you know, just recently in my last budget, I released the largest amount of TIF dollars, which is a tax increment financing, dollars that are withheld from the public spaces, used, of course, to bring development, but that development never reached the very communities that it was designed to do. And so every year there's a
tranquilizer tip. Yes.
Previous administrations would just use as a slush fund. Well, I released a $500 million into our public schools. So that's part of the cleanup. The Emanuel administration shut down mental health clinics. I've reopened 3 of them. And again, we've instituted this new tax, the social media amusement responsibility tax, to make sure that there's revenue for it. The Emanuel administration dismantled the Department of the Environment. I mean, I just want to let that breathe for a second. No pun intended.
Who cares about the environment? I mean, come on.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't live on the same earth anyway. We can just go somewhere else if all else fails, right?
No matter how hard they try to figure out how to ship life or the Epstein files to Mars, in the meantime, we're right here on Earth, right? And so I reinstituted the Department of the Environment as another element to clean up.
Insane that he had to do that.
Generate revenue. So for a very long time, it's fines, fees, property taxes. My push has been that has left our budgets in turmoil. And so the best way to stabilize an economy is to have an equitable distribution of resources, but that also includes ensuring that the responsibility of how we generate revenue doesn't solely rest on the backs of working people.
I think there's one angle that we have to discuss here that I feel like is oftentimes not discussed enough, and that is people of color. Black people and brown people in general comprise a massive percentage of the entire state's students in Chicago, in the Chicago public school system. I believe it's what, 90%?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep, between
it's
brown and
90%,
black students, yeah.
right? And so when you're actually shutting off funds to the Chicago public school system, you're actually undermining the next generation of black and brown students in the entire state of Illinois. And the same goes for even environmental justice as well, especially because the most underserved neighborhoods are the ones that get impacted the most from a lack of environmental cleanup. So it's not just, I think, in my opinion at least, from where I'm standing, it's not just a war against the poor. It oftentimes has this racialized component as well. People that don't have the opportunity to speak back, people that don't have the opportunity to organize,
Hassan gets
because they're
such
too
good
worried
fucking
about, making
interviews.
ends
It's great.
meet.
Really good on him.
You're black. As the mayor of Chicago, and Chicago's a very black city, do you feel as though there is also some racial justice that you've brought to the table in combating against these initiatives?
That absolutely, yes. In fact, I've been very clear about my agenda. When we talk about safe and affordable communities, we're talking about the communities that have historically been neglected. And for Chicago, that's the west and south sides of the city.
Yeah.
I live in Austin.
I think they're using some
on the west side of
recipe.
Chicago. It used to be the largest concentration of residents anywhere in the city, where we had 100,000 residents in the Austin community. It is still one of the largest neighborhoods. It is one of the largest concentration of black folks anywhere in the country. But that also means, though, that when we talk about harm and chaos, the Austin neighborhood, Roseland on the south side of Chicago, or Inglewood on the south side of Chicago, North Lawndale on the west side of Chicago. That's where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. lived when he came to the city of Chicago. He lived on the west side. And we're talking about communities that have been just, again, ignored for decades. And when I talk about safe and affordable communities, those are the communities that I'm referring to. We've seen what I call the Negro Removal Act in full effect by previous administrations, because they intentionally starved out these neighborhoods. Schools have been closed, the lack of jobs, the lack of regular, safe, affordable, reliable public transportation, the lack of health care, as well as child care being made available. And so I always talk about repopulating the city of Chicago, and that's where it has to start. And so I have this program, it's called the Missing Middle. It's funded with a $1.25 billion bond. It's the largest investment bond for economic development and housing in the history of Chicago. And so yes, I feel that responsibility that we put our money, where our hearts and our desires are. And so we have, programs like, again, the Missing Middle, where we are creating owner-occupied living, where you can have the owner living on one level and they can rent out the other levels, right? So that allows us to, of course, expand our footprint in those communities, but it also ensures generational wealth. But it also ensures that the development that happens by people, that development is done by people who actually are indigenous to those communities. So yeah, that has been a concerted effort of mine. When we reopened the mental health clinic in Roseland, the community that I just named on the far south side of Chicago, people said, don't do it, folks won't come. Since we've reopened our mental health clinics, we've had, and it's been a year and a half, we've had 100,000 people utilize our mental health clinics, right? These were services that were paid for by the public for the public benefit, that corporate Democrats did not see the value in it. Right? And so I've been intentional about ensuring that the very people who have suffered the most as a result of corporate interests, that those are the neighborhoods that we have to start with.
Yeah. I went to the South Side of Chicago for the first time ever with the Jam Pod Boys. There was a block party that was taking place as a back to school fundraiser for much needed school supplies for members of the community. And I'll admit that the attitude about the South Side is very different than the experiences that I had. Even when I was on my way over there, I had a Muslim Uber driver, I believe he was Palestinian, who said some very racialized things. He said like, "Oh, you should be afraid of like seeing more than 3 or 4 black people around one another. Like you should, avoid."
Unfortunately,
there's a really racist narrative around it, whereas the sense of community that I experienced when I went to this school drive. It was awesome, and I feel like. Do you feel as though the bad rap that Southside gets is a hurdle in uplifting and developing these areas?
It has been. I mean, if I'm just going to be perfectly, honest.
Because there's also the other side of it where I also kind of felt like, well, at least like there's more home ownership here as well. Like there's a sense of community, so like maybe it's not so bad. Because then otherwise, the inverse of that is basically gentrification. And then pushing people out even further away from these areas.
Well, you're absolutely right.
At some point, we'll
unlock
pockets of the guns as well, and I'm very excited.
Of our conversation, safe and affordable, right? So where communities have experienced stronger safety over time, it's come at the result of the push out of the very people who had been ignored, right? And so the best way in which we can secure communities is by investing in them. I felt safe in my home because my father had a job. I'm just going to be honest with you. That the security wasn't centered around whether or not your block is going to be robbed or there's going to be shootings in your block. The security comes from the investments. Right. And so that's why, for instance, working to get over that hurdle,
nice. We can research all these
very intentional about investing in young people. So we have our summer hiring program where I hire thousands of young people. This past summer, we hired 31,119 young people.
I wonder if this game is considered
50%, over 50% increase have been in office. And where we have hired more young people,
like black sushi chef, fat diver,
right? And there's a direct correlation between poverty and violence. You talked about this war on poor people. I've said this recently. The president of the United States of America has declared war on poor people. I remember once upon a time where we declared war on poverty. And we think about the 3 evils that Dr. King spoke of: militarism and poverty and racism. And so all of that you described is all intertwined in that drive over there. And yes, there's a real strong sense of community. Yes, there's a level of protection that and protectiveness that we have about our neighborhoods. And we're not oblivious to how poverty has beget crime. And that's why we've worked hard to address poverty. And not just simply addressing the crime that's happening on the surface, reinvesting in our communities, or just invest in our communities, whether it's our schools, youth employment, mental health care services. I talked about the missing middle, the housing investments that we have. That's been the work that we've done, and as a result of that, we had the fewest amount of homicides in the city of Chicago in 60 years. Our reduction in violence was double the national average, because we've always said that it's not just policing alone. It's housing, it's education, it's healthcare. All of the things that we know that drive safe communities. That's what I've done as a progressive leader in what I believe is the best city in the world, Chi-Town.
So you're telling me that the alternative solution, which is to militarily occupy these neighborhoods and become the violence at the state level, is not the solution to crime reduction.
All right, let's make this
solving the underlying problem in which crime manifests, which is poverty.
Absolutely. In the 90s, when I was in high school, Chicago suffered anywhere from 700 to 900 homicides, and we had 2,000, 2,500 more police officers, and you had more people incarcerated in the 90s, right? And we know the administration that was behind that, the Clinton administration. And so this addiction on jails and incarceration and the militarization of our cities, that has already been proven to be a failed strategy. That's why, as progressives, as those of us on the left, that we have to speak out against, the global militarization that's happening through endless wars, to the militarized forces that are occupying our city by the federal government and local policing, that yes, of course, law enforcement plays a role, as you articulated earlier, but it's making sure that our detectives understand their assignment to solve crime. We had the highest clearance rate in 10 years. So we're holding people accountable that need to be held accountable, but we're making sure that we're addressing the root causes, which have proven to be effective thus far in our city.
Yeah, my attitude on this is that I've always said that the presence of police need to be the presence of law and order, and unfortunately, the way policing has worked, at least historically in the country.
Right. That's something
communities we're talking about, especially black and brown neighborhoods.
That's something we'll unlock
police
later as well.
Lawlessness and disorder at times. So I think solving that is very important, because everybody wants there to be no crime. The idea that, I mean, it's an incredibly racist idea to assume that, like, black and brown communities don't want law and order, and that it's supposed to be this chaotic environment. Unfortunately, that's, if you ask Fox News, that's what they say. What are some of the initiatives that you've taken on specifically in terms of redirecting the Chicago police that you consider to be success stories that led to the reduction?
At some points we'll unlock better break, I'm sure.
Okay.
Last question.
All right, staff.
Just for the time,
Let's
I will
go
just say
with
one of the first initiatives that we put together was revamping our detectives bureau. We had to make sure that law enforcement within the department, that they communicated with one another. So our detectives bureau and our chief of patrol, counterintelligence, all working together. I have a superintendent who believes in constitutional policing, right? And so that includes like real legitimate training that has to take place. And so as a result of these more, and then the last thing, man, how did I forget this? I'm embarrassed by this. That we also ensure that our police department built relationships with our CVI. That's our community violence intervention workers. These are individuals who have been justice involved. They've turned their lives around, and now they're working to bring wholeness to communities that they once terrorized. And so those have been the key initiatives, ensuring that our department, our police department, is communicating within the department and then working with CVI. To just give you a sense of that, the President of the United States of America cut $800 million out of violence prevention. Those programs that were driving violence down. He cut the ATF budget. And so our police department worked with ATF to get illegal weapons off the streets of Chicago that are essentially being trafficked into our city from states that voted for Donald Trump. Right, and so we made these, adjustments to ensure that law enforcement could do its job effectively.
Almost lost the customer there. We need another shift ASAP.
And that's why it's not just about driving violence down, which we have. It's about replacing the violence with the things that make communities whole. And that's been my approach, from education, healthcare, housing, transportation, good paying jobs. All of that working together is how progressive leadership in this moment, calling on the ultra rich and these big corporations to pay their fair share in taxes. That's been the drive. That's been my motivation. And thus far, we're moving in the right direction.
Whatever we did.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
However many it was, we upgraded.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you so much for coming and taking the time out to talk to us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, hopefully when I come to Chicago, I'm going to be speaking at Northwestern. I think maybe we'll be able to link up on your turf one time.
Yeah, we'd love to have that.
We'll go to the south side.
West side.
So was it 14 we saw?
Sorry, west side. You're right. All right, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Well, I'm gonna take a photo real quick, and here we'll get back to the security conference conversation right now while I do that.
Fought and reconciled again. And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields.
Let's have a look at
from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today
to
make it clear
Kandahar. Whoa.
that America is charting the path
yeah,
to
after
a century of prosperity.
after like the US making fun of all the allies for not contributing enough.
With you, our cherished allies,
social allies,
and our oldest friends.
Let's see. Thank you. This is not a great picture. It's just this ghost in that person. And we get to rank up. Yes.
Turn this off. What do you mean? That's goat talk. Okay. All right, that was a
Shit,
fun
time to get ranked.
little sidestep that we took. I hope that was informative for you guys. Okay, Hassan, I think you have DID too. I think you have two personalities, H and J. What? What does that even mean? Hopefully that was an informative interview for all of you guys as well.
New recipes. Moray eel curry. We haven't done that
The
yet.
mayor gets
Rally combo.
he has a tough job, and I do think that he gets a bad rap overall. I think his media focus needs a little bit more work, you know, I was happy to wait. Hassan and Jester, those are my two personalities. Yeah. Also, thank Obama. Thank you, Obama.
We should have done the more expensive hiring thing.
Oh, he's here. I didn't even realize, Ma. Yeah. I was like, what the hell is going on? That was great. I wish it was longer. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very cool. So it would have been cool if it was longer. Remove jellyfish. Interesting.
I wanted to ask him about Gavin Newsom, but we didn't have time. I wanted to hear him talk about how Gavin Newsom is our only shot at electoral success. But I think judging by his attitude,
I can't blame Hassan for being salty about that. It is very valid. It is such bullshit.
You probably figured out.
Got a silver trophy. We've been recognized. Nice.
Where he's at, right? What about Rahm Emanuel? Oh, my goat. Love him. Can you get Pritzker on? I think so. I think I can get Pritzker on.
Another cargo box. And shall we go with the air tank? Yes.
That's not so far-fetched. All right, let's get back to the Munich Security Conference and talk about my favorite thing that I love talking about, which is American foreign policy.
Shit, I need to do my Duolingo.
Disaster that it brings about around the globe.
That's a lot of nice loot here in the beginning.
Dude, he was on the board of AIPAC. Are you sure?
Oh, right. Charm.
Yes, that's the reason why I want Rahm Emanuel. I think he'd be even better.
Where are the charms here?
You
Shit.
need a guy. Listen. Being on the board of AIPAC. Oh, you mean JB? Oh, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I still want to talk to him. I love when chatters will be like, well, this guy has opinions that you might not agree with. It's like, yeah, no shit, dog. Hello? I'm a fucking anti-imperialist, socialist content creator and a person that engages in agitated propaganda. I would interview anyone.
Okay, I'm gonna do my
I don't
Duolingo
give a
real
shit.
quick. So stay
Most
frosty.
I don't fully agree with. And even ones that I thought I would fully agree with, sometimes I don't agree with the way that they're handling certain,
I'll keep the sound on.
In the way that they're dealing with certain issues, right?
For whatever reason.
Not everyone's gonna be Xi Jinping. I mean, I have things areas of disagreement with Xi Jinping as well. Let's be real.
Les paris sont très beaux. Ils sont fantastiques. C'est un grand danseur.
We want to do it together with you.
C'est un chanteur.
With a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history.
C'est le
With a
collègue
Europe
de Julia.
that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into
C'est mon
uncharted
collègue
seas
indien.
and birthed our civilization.
With
a Europe that has the means to defend itself.
He sounds
and
like
the will
such
to
a
survive.
fucking lopper.
We should be proud of what
It's
we achieved
always
together in the last century.
pussy.
But now we must confront and embrace
C'est mon meilleur.
the
ami.
opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday
Oh
is
shit!
over.
I just realized.
The future is in
I had.
And our
I like that everyone is
I
saying
had
that
D&D,
the
but I forgot.
international order is over. Like the old world order is dead. It's time for a new one. And for America, for Americans,
I might have to leave
like
it a bit.
Marco
It might not be
Rubio,
too late to join
what he
D&D.
means
Fuck,
is
I'm
that
so
we gotta
sorry,
be
guys.
More violent. We got to be more vile. We got to destabilize further. We are not doing enough.
Oh fuck.
Sat right behind you when you were speaking at UBC. Just wanted to let you know you have a normal sized head. Thank you. Your
Elles ont
check
marché
will be
jusqu'au lac.
delivered in the mail. Be on the lookout for that.
Tu as des cousines?
Thank you.
Ces pas sont excellentes. I'm so annoyed by like Discord not giving me notifications anymore. I don't know why. J'ai passé un week-end très tranquille.
Standing ovation, by the way. Got a standing O for this.
J'ai envoyé une carte postale à mes parents.
That guy looks like the guy who drinks
Il a
his own
chanté
piss.
pendant 1 heure.
You know
Vous
what
avez
I'm
marché
talking about?
autour du
The
Grand
influencer who
Lac.
drinks his own pee.
J'ai nettoyé les
Sorry,
sols.
I know it's not relevant to the conversation, but
Ils ont
I just
passé un
had to
très
clock
bon
him
moment
real
chez
quick.
le ami. Okay, I'm gonna do this real quick and then we'll like quickly do some fishing. J'aime beaucoup ces chansons françaises. Actually, maybe we'll just like abandon this here.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership.
Told you.
Yeah, fucking
Told
disgusting. They're
Let
such
the dick sucking
fucks.
commence, boys. Let
hate
the
this so
boot
much.
licking commence. Oh, we loves it. We loves it. We loves you, Marco. Please keep sticking it to the periphery, not us. You know. I hope you can get us out
Il
of
me
the
répond
crosshairs
toujours.
of the
Elle descend l'escalier.
Trump administration. We
Elle
were
descend
very
l'escalier.
offended when you said, "Oh, we want
Come
the
on.
Greenland." We
Elle
said,
descend
"Oh,
l'escalier.
Mr. President, we can give you the Greenland for
Ces accents
free.
ne vont rien
Why
du
do
tout.
you want to disrupt the
En général, elle me répond
we have
immédiatement.
with the NATO?
Est-ce que vous entendez ces bruits bizarres?
Intertwined
Il n'entend rien du tout.
relations.
J'entends
We are
quelque
back to
chose.
being the happy vassal, yeah.
Il attend
We
quoi?
like to be the happy vassal. The serfs.
Il attend quoi?
And Europe.
They're like goldfish. They have zero memory.
Qu'est-ce
No,
qu'il
dude, they're
attend?
fucking cowards.
Attend.
And also, they are. And I stressed this. I stressed this before. They are beholden to the
Qu'est-ce
same
qu'il
corporate
attend?
interests that the Democrats and the Republicans are both
Qu'est-ce
beholden to.
que
That's
qu'est-ce
the reason
qu'il
why they're
qu'est-ce
happy
qu'il
because now it's not like fucking
qu'est-ce
up the
qu'il
bag so much.
attendant stupid ass
It's not
doesn't
fucking up
recognize
the
it.
bag. It's not too
Qu'est-ce
disruptive.
qu'est-ce
It's
qu'il
basically saying, like,
attend?
no, we're gonna do the same thing. Don't worry.
Attend.
That's what it is.
Reminds me
Qu'est-ce qu'il attend? Attendant.
of statements made decades ago
Nous attendons des bruits
by your
bizarres.
predecessors when
I am the bruit
the
bizarre.
discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe?
See? I told you they would fucking eat this speech up. I didn't even hear this.
J'habite près d'un
I didn't even
grand lac.
hear them go, oh yes, it reminds me of the
J'habite
one
près d'un
Adolf.
grand lac.
Very nice.
J'ai
It
marché
reminds me of the
pendant
Adolf
1 heure.
Hitler, who was
J'ai-
often
J'ai
misunderstood.
passé
Yeah. He
une
just
journée
wanted to
très
unite
tranquille.
the international forces
Il adore ses
of
dessins
Europe.
animés.
Europe is very nice. We
Elles ont
love
marché
it.
le long des fleuves.
Thank you for offering.
Like,
Tu as
the
nettoyé
reality of
toute
the
la
matter
maison.
is, the previous iteration of the New World Order,
Tu as écouté les marches
you
à
know,
la
the
radio.
global order post World War II was the
Nous avons passé un
anti-communist,
excellent week-end en famille.
the anti-communist forces
Tu vois souvent
coming
tes
together.
cousins.
Okay.
J'ai passé le
And
week-end avec
any
ma
sort
cousine.
of like reassurance that we will continue
There
with
you
that
go.
grand design is enough for these fucking
I'll
cowards.
quickly finish this so I
Okay.
can.
Bring this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions, and if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the key issues here yesterday, today is of course continues to.
Bro thanked him 3 times, yeah. Like before he
fucking
asked the
coward.
question, he's like, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We loves our position. We loves it, yeah. Yeah? Yeah, we loves it. Jawohl. Yeah. So good.
Okay.
Sehr good.
Son,
We
we
are
can
the
stop.
happy puppies, yeah. Danke schön.
be the question
So
how
fast.
to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of them in the discussions of the last day, last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time, that they're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. Offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are.
Yes, ich möchte schlupen das. Ich möchte schlupen das.
The fuck is he saying? What?
Ich möchte.
He's upping this. He's doing this bit too far. He's even speaking German now.
This point is that the issues
Bastard.
at play that have to be. Here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about the answer is we don't know. We don't know if the Russians are serious about ending the war. They say they are, and under what terms they were willing to do it, and whether we can find terms that are acceptable to Ukraine upon that Russia will always agree to. But we're going to continue to test it. In the meantime, everything else continues to happen. The United States has imposed additional sanctions on Russia's oil. In our conversations with India, we've gotten their commitment to stop buying additional Russian oil. Europe has taken its set of steps moving forward. The Pearl program continues.
He's like, what will America do to stop the Russian incursion into Ukraine? We're genuinely afraid. Marco Rubio's response is buy less oil. It just completely collapse
Buy our oil
your economy, collapse it further. This is how you do it. You just buy American natural gas. You buy American oil,
brother.
baby. You buy it from elsewhere. Okay? And I think genuinely, I mean, Europeans have deluded themselves into thinking that this is actually beneficial for them, where they
this is interpretation.
I really believe that if you ask the average European politician, especially the average German politician, they're like, well, at least we have energy independence from Russia now. Like, straight up. I think they've said this so much, so frequently, that they ended up believing in it, where they're like, no, this is great. Like, we have an over-reliance on America now, and that's a good thing because it's a far better partner, far better ally than Russia, far more reliable. Even though America is
ironically, I'm not sure if that is
we
would
are
even
going
be
to
true,
demand
even
more
if,
from
you
the
know,
vassals now.
Russia isn't
We are
exactly a
demanding
very
more from
nice
the
state.
vassals now. It's never going to stop.
That's how bad America
And they're like, well,
is.
it's fine as
It's
long
an
as you
ally.
don't tell us that you're, pissing on our faces. As long as you keep telling us while pissing on our faces that it's raining, and not tell us that actually we're getting pissed on, we're happy.
Yeah, no, pretty much.
You know what I'm talking about? You're pissing on my face and you're telling me it's raining. Like, America's basically, Marco Rubio is pissing on their faces and telling them it's raining. Donald Trump was
Why does he
saying,
need to
"We're
repeat it
pissing
so
on your
many
face."
times?
They would like to go back to someone telling them it's fucking raining. That's it. The piss is not gonna stop.
Yeah, it's very important to be able to sell it to the public,
American weaponry
to the very
is being sold for
gullible
the Ukrainian war effort. So all these things continue. Nothing
Western
has stopped
populace.
in the interim. So there's no buying of time here in that regard. What we can't answer, but we're going to continue to test, is whether there is an outcome that Ukraine can live with and that Russia will accept. And I would say it's been elusive up to this point. We've made progress in the sense that for the first time, I think, in years, at least at the technical level, there were military officials from both sides that met together last week, and there'll be future meetings again on Tuesday, although it may not be the same group of people. Look, we're going to continue to do everything we can to play this role of bringing this war to the end. I don't think anybody in this room would be against a negotiated settlement to this war, so long as the conditions are just and sustainable. And that's what we aim to achieve, and we're going to continue to try to achieve it, even as all these other things continue to happen on the sanctions front and so forth.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if we had more time, there would be many questions on Ukraine. But But let me conclude by asking a question about something entirely different. The next speaker here in just a couple of minutes will be the Foreign Minister of China. When you served in the Senate, sir, people considered you a kind of a China hawk.
So did they.
I'm very curious what the Chinese will say.
We know that there will be, in about 2 months' time, a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Give us your expectation. Are you optimistic? Can there be a quote-unquote deal with China? What do you expect?
Well, I would say this. The two largest economies in the world, two of the big powers on the planet, we have an obligation to communicate with them and talk, and so do many of you on a bilateral basis as well. I mean, it would be geopolitical malpractice to not be in conversations with China. I would say this, because we're too...
Oh my God.
This
is crazy. It's the same. It's literally civility. That's all that was missing for these guys.
Oh, shit.
I truly thought there was at least like a moment of panic that Donald Trump saying the quiet part out loud would have caused them to really reconsider these partnerships.
Ooh, now I can watch the sound and a dope scanner brought a friend. Oh hell yeah, welcome. Unfortunately, I am going to end the stream very soon. Very unfortunately. But you're very welcome to be here while I'm running away from this fucking fish. Fuck off! Ouch!
Wow.
Fucking bastard.
Fucking nutty, dude. I don't know exactly how much pressure has boiled in the respective European nations, but if it resembles the anger and resentment of the American working class,
nice,
Europe
one step
already
closer
has
to unlocking the
mechanism of
sniper
pushback,
rifle.
a closer association with like rebellion, and then, you know, lighting cities on fucking fire, shutting off
this
industry.
fish shit works. I have done that, and I think it has worked. It has slowed them in their attempts to kill me.
I feel like Europe is even in a worse position overall. The European political class is in a worse predicament overall. If they think this is enough, this is gonna help. Oh my God. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Nice.
As long as they hear the empty words and the niceties, they're like, no, it's fine. We're happy. We're happy with this.
Two large countries,
Decent
huge
amount of
global
fish, not a
interests.
ton.
Our national interests will often not align. Their national interests and ours will not align, and we owe it to the world to try to manage those.
Damn, the star. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, we need to catch more of the starry puffers. That's a lot of money.
And that's so it's important for us to have communications with them in that regard.
Right, well, that's for another time.
On areas in which our interests are aligned, I think we can work together to make positive impact on the world, and we see opportunities to do that with them.
And we're saving
but
on
we have to have a relationship with China, and many of the countries represented here today are going to have a relationship with China. Always understanding that nothing that we agree to could come at
Hello,
the expense of our national
Angitator. Welcome.
And frankly,
First time
we expect
chatter.
China
Nice to
to
see you
act in their
around.
national interests.
Unfortunately, I am about to end streaming, but we will raid someone, and then I hope you guys will
those times in which our national interests come into conflict with one another, always hoping to do it peacefully. I think we also have a special obligation because whatever happens between the U.S. and China on trade has a global implication. So there are long-term challenges that we face that we're going to have to confront that are going to be irritants in our relationship with China. That's not just true for the United States, that's true for the broader West. But I do think we need to try to manage those the best we can.
Return to be a diver? Yeah, he's the most returned of divers, but he's a great diver.
But no one is under any illusions. There are some fundamental challenges.
He is the best returned diver.
Between the West and China,
I was playing a demo of a game earlier as well, and the dev came in to like look, which I thought was very
Everything
cool.
foreign in regards to U.S. relationship is kept dark from the media. When it's about domestic policy, then that's a different story.
You think he would
Foreign
take?
policy is not
He swims
decoupled
fairly well,
from
actually.
Domestic policy. This
He's only sunk once because of my failures, but you know it happens.
Tells its populations, its respective populations.
Okay, stream.
Because
where's
what's
the
American foreign policy in regards to Europe?
they are.
Use greatly expand and increase your military expenditures. How
Oh,
you do that?
perfect. Raft us stuff.
Austerity.
Let us raid
There's only a finite
them.
amount of money in the European economy. You got to move some dollars around. Okay? When you move those dollars around, it's domestic.
Alright,
impact.
everyone, go say hi to Raph from me,
Immediately, but its
an
domestic
Asian brother.
impact will worsen
I left
the
this
conditions for the average working class individual.
and be
That means
nice.
cuts on
Now go forward and raid in my name.
cuts
Do
on
like
expenditures,
which
cuts
raid?
on public transit, cuts
which
on
emote
things
would be
that
good?
people take for granted or people rely on to survive. So when that happens,
This one.
that only increases the stress. That only increases the pressure. Even
If you
people
are subscribed,
even if people are
this is a raid alert if you're subscribed, and the
that this is going to happen,
other one is
people will experience
the other one is
even the most propagandized audience, even the most propagandized working class on this planet, the American working class, has responded by voting in
This one.
Trump into office twice now.
This is the other.
How did they do that? Why did they do that? They did that because they're
Other